Good morning, everybody. We'll call the meeting to order. Council is conducting this meeting in person and via conference call in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, Section 199. Council meetings can take place in person as long as physical distancing of 2 meters can be maintained between participants. At this time, according to Alberta Health, public attendance in council meetings should be facilitated through virtual means. If you've submitted a comment request, the chair will call on you at the appropriate time. The chair may also ask for comments and concerns from the public relating to a particular topic, and at this time, phone lines will be unmuted. If you would like to speak, please state your name. We ask that only one member of the public speak at a time. All persons will be allotted 10 minutes to speak as per our procedural bylaw. We ask that if the meeting recesses, that any callers hang up and call back in as the meeting reconvenes. This helps with call quality. Please note, this call is being recorded and will be uploaded to our website and or social media. To eliminate background noise, please mute your phone during the call. Everyone has a right to be present at council meetings and council committee meetings. Any attendees that are considered disruptive to the progression of this meeting may be removed at the discretion of the chair as per the Municipal Government Act, Section 198. We thank you for your cooperation and understanding. Additionally, our voting procedure will be modified for our teleconference meetings. I will call for any councillor who is opposed to a motion to indicate verbally. For any motions with expressed opposition, we will conduct a roll call vote. And we'll just start with a roll call because we are doing the meeting in a hybrid fashion. Reeve Link is in attendance. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
Present.
Councillor Wilson.
Present.
Councillor Bigger.
Present.
Councillor Eichert.
Present.
Councillor Kester.
Present.
Councillor Armstrong. We have an agenda before us. Does anybody have any additions or changes?
Good morning, Madam Reeve. Brian from administration. I have a few additions that I'd like to add for council consideration. We have a supplemental report for the sidewalk replacement program pilot. So we'd like to add that one under 4.42. We also have a comment package for bylaw 2020-38, and we'd like to add that one just under the bylaw readings under 2.1.2.
Sorry, could you just repeat that, Brian?
Yes, we have a comment package for bylaw 2020-38. Just some additional comments that came in. So we add those under 2.1.2.
Okay.
We have a 2021 strategic plan document. This was emailed out to council. We'd like to add that one under 4.1.2. We also have a new bylaw coming forward that is very similar to the bylaw that will just kind of fix up. It's bylaw number 2021-01, and we're going to add that one under 2.1.1A. And then we just have a very minor edit change to the previously council approved RMA cannabis resolution, and we'd like to add that one under 2.3.1. And those are all my additions. Thank you.
Thanks, CAO Henderson. Any other additions or changes? A motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We had the minutes circulated from our December 15th, 2020 regular council meeting. Were there any errors or omissions?
I'll move to accept.
Councillor Baker has moved to approve the minutes. Any discussion? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. I move that the process for the Wheatland County Council meeting as it pertains to the scheduled public hearings will be as follows. Public hearing, first reading if required, then consideration for further readings of bylaw for those public hearings that have been closed. I further move that the above process will take place with the absence of resolutions to go into and out of council before and after each public hearing. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. I'll call the public hearing for bylaw 2020-12 to order. Welcome. Does any member of the public have an objection to any councillor sitting on council for the public hearing? And can administration please verify that notice of the public hearing was circulated in accordance with the Municipal Government Act?
We can.
And are there any written submissions?
Not at this time.
Thank you.
Good morning, council members. Graham Allison here presenting bylaw 2020-12, which is to redesignate plus or minus 4 acres from agricultural general district to industrial general district within Northwest 162426 west of the 4th for the purpose of expanding an existing packaging business. The subject parcel, as seen on the location plan on page 15 of your agenda package, is located off Range Road 264, approximately 5 kilometers north of Cheadle. Staff was recommending that council undertake a public hearing for bylaw 2020-12, and staff will present as to why it's being brought back to council in order to ensure basically proper clarity that adjacent landowners proper clarity to adjacent landowners to changes in the location of acreage of the proposed designation. Staff are recommending that council defeat the second reading and rescind first reading of this bylaw. And the council should rescind first reading in order to undertake a new bylaw for this application. Staff have circulated the application to external agencies and internally and to adjacent landowners within a 1 mile radius of the subject land. A public hearing was originally held for this file on April 21st, 2020. The original application proposed a 4-acre redesignation directly across Range Road 264 from Richardson Pioneer Agri Retail Storage Facility. Representatives from the Richardson Pioneer expressed concerns about the application due to the original proposal's proximity to an anhydrous ammonia storage tank. Fertilizer Canada has established a setback of 500 meters from anhydrous ammonia tanks and from other commercial operations, community, or public dwellings. The proposed redesignation was within the 500-meter setback, so council tabled the public hearing to allow staff to work with the applicant and determine a location for redesignation outside of the setback area. The 500-meter setback is a regulation that Fertilizer Canada imposes upon members of the Canadian fertilizer industry. So it is the responsibility of industry members to make their best efforts to adhere to these guidelines rather than the commercial operations. The applicants have submitted a new site plan to comply with the request of Richardson Pioneer and move the proposed redesignation to the northwest corner of Northwest 162426 west of the 4th, directly behind their existing operation. The proposed redesignation is now 450 meters away from the storage facility and has been expanded to a 10-acre redesignation to add the existing 6-acre farmyard and driveway. Although the proposed redesignation is still within 500 meters of this anhydrous ammonia tank, the applicants have made efforts to adhere to the request by Richardson Pioneer and to comply with the Fertilizer Canada guidelines. In order to provide more information and clarity to the adjacent landowners, however, staff are recommending that council move to rescind first reading so that this application can be recirculated under a new bylaw number due to the change in the location and acreage of this application. The proposal generally aligns with the strategies and objectives and policies of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, Regional Growth Management Strategy, Municipal Development Plan, and will bring the parcel into better alignment with the land use bylaw. In conclusion, administration is recommending that council undertake a public hearing for bylaw 2020-12 and that council defeat second reading of bylaw 2020-12, this being a bylaw to redesignate plus or minus 4 acres of Northwest 162426 west of the 4th Meridian from Agricultural General District to Industrial General District as shown in the attached Schedule A. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Any questions? Does the applicant wish to speak? Just for quality of the teleconference portion of the meeting, I'm going to ask anybody who isn't speaking to please mute your phone line. We're just getting some feedback. Are there any persons in support of the application who would like to speak? Anybody with concerns or who is opposed to the application who would like to speak? Does staff have any final comments?
Never talked to you.
No final comments from staff.
Thanks, Graham. I'll thank the applicant and close the public hearing for bylaw 2020-12. Administration has recommended that we defeat second reading for this bylaw. Once again, I'm just going to ask anybody who is calling into the teleconference portion of the meeting to mute your phone. We're still just getting a little bit of external noise. Council's wishes.
Move that we rescind it. Second.
I think you'll want to put a motion on the floor to move second reading, and then
No, I see we have.
staff is obviously it's council's discretion, but staff is recommending that we defeat the motion.
When they fill it out for you on paper.
Councillor Armstrong has moved second reading for bylaw 2020-12. Is any councillor opposed? Hearing opposition to the motion, we will do a roll call vote. Reeve Link is opposed. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
Opposed.
Councillor Wilson.
Opposed.
Councillor Bigger.
Opposed.
Councillor Eichert.
Opposed.
Councillor Kester.
Opposed.
Councillor Armstrong. Information has been circulated regarding a new bylaw, 2021-01. And just a note, by defeating second reading, it does rescind first reading. So that bylaw is cleared, and we can consider bylaw 2021-1.
Good morning again, council and members. Graham Allison here, presenting bylaw 2021-01, which is to redesignate plus or minus 10 acres from Agricultural General District to Industrial General District within Northwest 162426 west of the 4th Meridian for the purpose of expanding an existing packaging business. Subject parcel, as seen on the location plan that was circulated to council, is located on Range Road 264, approximately 5 kilometers north of Cheadle. Staff have circulated the application to external agencies and internally, and will circulate to adjacent landowners within a 1 mile radius of the subject lands prior to a public hearing. Purpose of this application would be to redesignate 10 acres from Agricultural General District to Industrial General District to facilitate a future subdivision. The owners have operated a packaging business on site since 1988 and want to build a permanent warehouse and packaging facility behind their current operation. The business has 6 permanent employees and expects to hire 3 or 4 more in the next 2 years. Review of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, Municipal Development Plan, West Highway 1 Area Structure Plan, and Land Use Bylaw have not indicated any concerns. In conclusion, administration is recommending that council move first reading of bylaw 2021-01. This being a bylaw to redesignate plus or minus 10 acres from Northwest 162426 west of the 4th Meridian from Agricultural General District to Industrial General District. That concludes this presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Graham. So we have a recommendation to grant first reading of bylaw 2021-01, a bylaw for the purpose of amending land use bylaw number 2016-01 to redesignate plus or minus 10 acres of Northwest 162426 west of the 4th from agricultural general district to country residential district as shown on the attached Schedule A. Council's wishes.
I'll move first reading.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved first reading. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. A motion to schedule the public hearing for February 16th, 2021 at 9 a.m.
I'll move that public hearing bylaw 2021 be scheduled for February 16th at 9 a.m.
Councillor Eichert has moved. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 2.12, bylaw 2020-38.
Good morning, everybody. This is Megan Williams here to present the public hearing for bylaw 2020-38.
Thank you. Does any member of the public have an objection to any councillor sitting on council for the public hearing? And can our administration please verify that notice of the public hearing was circulated in accordance with the Municipal Government Act? We can, yes. And were there any written submissions other than what's been included in the package?
No, just what was,
Or
just what was included
extra.
in the addition this morning.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good morning again, everybody. Megan Williams here to present the public hearing for bylaw 2020-38. This package starts on page 21 of council package. The subject parcel is 160 acres in size and is located south of Highway 1 and west of Range Road 233. The location plan is found on page 28 of council package. The application is to redesignate the whole parcel from agricultural general to the energy district in order to facilitate the development permit application for its 20.1 megawatt AC commercial solar photovoltaic facility. Staff circulated the application to external agencies, internally, and to landowners within 2 miles of the site. The comment summary is found starting on page 35. There were no concerns raised by external agencies. Internal department comments will be addressed at the development permit stage. The developer has confirmed that they've entered into an access easement with the relevant landowners. After posting the report, staff did receive 4 written comments from adjacent landowners. Staff did circulate these comments earlier. However, I do have them here if you'd like me to read them aloud for public record.
Does council wish administration to read it into the record?
Yes, please.
All right. So the first letter I have, to whom it may concern, we urge you to carefully reconsider the application for the Strathmore East Solar Project. It's our belief that as the County Council making decisions on behalf of its members, we want to ensure you have the information to make an informed decision. We farm near the proposed Strathmore East Solar Project. Some main concerns for us as follows: rodents, reclamation and abandonment, weed control, salinity and water runoff, and proper use of agricultural lands. We are very fortunate to farm some of the best land in the world, growing high quality crops that are unmatched throughout the world. It seems a waste to utilize such precious commodities for another energy source that requires an alternative energy source as a backup. Unlike energy companies that come and go, farmers live off the land for many generations. It's our hope to shed some light on some negative points. We believe that going ahead with the solar project will be a waste of time, money, and resources, not benefiting the county or its residents. We would like to see Wheatland County have a strong grip on companies like Elemental Energy. Thank you for your consideration. It's been a while since I've read letters. Do you want me to read the name of the signee as well? Yeah. And that was sent in by Cole and Brianne Praker. The second letter. We oppose the amending of the land use bylaw regarding Southwest 9/24/23 west of the 4th. As the taxpayers, we want our elected officials to represent us. We disagree with the decisions made by the AUC on August 25th, 2020, number 24266-01-2020. The AUC decision undermines Wheatland County's ability to make decisions on behalf of the residents. We believe the municipality should regulate land use. We don't believe solar projects can be sustainable without being subsidized. The carbon footprint to create solar projects are massive. The production of solar panels takes a great deal of mining to source materials and to produce those panels. The construction of this project includes driving 3,000 piles into the ground. The farmland will never be the same as the topsoil and clay will be mixed. Solar projects have few regulations. This project did not have to submit an up-to-date land classification. They should be required to set aside funds for reclamation prior to beginning the project. They must also be accountable for meeting output targets and paying taxes. Having an unreliable source of power for 3,000 homes by taking a quarter section of land out of production forever is not a wise decision. It will provide intermittent power that requires backup from an alternative energy source. We are an agriculture-based county. We want to see our farmland preserved and protected. East Strathmore's solar project has not addressed the problem of salinity. The East Solar Project states, project lands is designated 3M, open bracket, 6, close bracket, dash 4NM4, indicating that 60% of the land has a moderate limitation growth caused by water holding capacity or texture, and 40% of the area has severe limitations due to salinity and water holding capacity texture. Note that the LSRS, Land Suitability Rating System, for the project lands along the east site, approximately 15 acres, is 3M5-7N5, indicating that half of this land has a moderate limitation to growth due to water holding capacity or texture, while another half is unsuitable, which is the most restrictive class. So SW-9-24-23 west of the 4th sits at a higher elevation than Northeast 5-24-23 west of the 4th, which Praker Farms owns, has a limitation to water holding and growth. Therefore, a lack of vegetation will cause more salinity on our property adjacent to the project. The manner in which we farm today is truly remarkable. Our organic matter has increased from 1.5% 30 years ago to 5 to 6% today. We rotate our crops to control weeds, rodents, insects, and protect our soil. Our soil is never left bare. Vegetation is so important to our soils and environment. Legumes are grown to produce nitrogen to feed our crops. We cannot believe in our 45 years of farming how we have improved our farming practices to produce more food while becoming very sustainable and protecting our environment. We've become experts at feeding our soils, not mining them. This proposed solar project has not shown us that they plan to protect and feed our soils. It will just become a huge field of fallow, perhaps chemical fallow, to control weeds and pests. Along with these issues comes problems to adjoining land. We encourage county councillors to reject the application for an amendment to Land Use Bylaw 2016-01. And this was sent by Herman and Barb Praker. The third letter. We do not agree with the proposal to redesignate 160 acres of Southwest 9/24/23 west of the 4th from Ag to Energy District. What makes this location so suitable for solar? Sunshine. They say no. Sunshine will be the same in other locations. No wildlife impact. They say no. There are setbacks for raptor nesting. Its proximity to the substation. They say no. Consulting with other developers. Proximity is a preference, not a requirement. Low productive land. They say no. Land classification would rate at class 1 and 2. Southeast, northeast, and northwest 9 quarters are all pivot irrigated. The topography. No. Consulting with other developers. South-facing slopes is preferred. Minimizing space. No, this location has several easements preventing solar development. And county involvement. No. The Energy District bylaw is tailor-made for these companies to properly cite projects using the Mistakis Least Conflict Lands Report, proximity to residents, and other county requirements, such as an emergency access road and permits. Elemental Energy is the company making this proposal, and we do not believe that they will have any respect for the adjacent residents in the construction and operation of this project. They were fully aware of the Energy District bylaw prior to their purchase of the project. We met with Will Patterson of Elemental Energy in November of 2019, where he informed us that Elemental did not purchase a solar development project close to Gleason because of the implementation of the Energy District bylaw. Regarding the East Strathmore Solar Project, they ignored the setback requirements of this bylaw and chose to use the AUC to gain approval for construction and overrule Wheatland County. We objected as interveners on the project to the AUC, and Elemental made multiple cash offers to remove our objection. In the course of these offers, they used false deadlines to pressure us into removing our objection. In November of 2019 also, Elemental was informed by Wheatland County that an emergency vehicle access was required. This would require Range Road 234 to be upgraded, which goes past our house and would consequently destroy a wetland habitat, as well as pollinator boxes. Elemental has never presented this information until we heard rumors and inquired about it in the spring of 2020. We met and held email communication with Elemental in April of 2020, and they have not been in contact with us since until December of 2020. Shortly after the AUC hearing and prior to the application to Wheatland County, Elemental already had crews out working on the project. These are some of the reasons why we don't believe this company should be allowed redesignation. We believe that we could end up with a situation similar to what transpired with GFL, Environmental Strathmore, in order to resolve issues. The AUC development permit deadline is June 30th, 2021. And Elemental has stated publicly that construction will last at least 8 months, which already puts them in a non-compliant situation. The South Saskatchewan Regional Plan states, the agricultural industry is the #1 renewable and sustainable resource in the South Saskatchewan region and will continue to generate substantial social, economic, and environmental benefits into the future. Maintaining an agricultural land base recognizes the value of agricultural land for sustainable growth and diversification of the agricultural industry, as well as providing an opportunity for expansion of agricultural production and value-added agribusiness in the region. This strategy strives to maintain contiguous blocks of land for primary production through the implementation of municipal land use policies that expect municipalities to identify their agricultural lands and to limit their fragmentation and conversion to non-agricultural uses. The Southwest 9, along with a portion of Northwest 9, are farmed together as one piece. A redesignation would fragment a farmed piece of land. The developer claims that solar energy is for the public interest. However, proper siting must be the first priority. Food is a basic need, which should ultimately be placed first in public interest. Given the quality and proximity to irrigation, this land should not be sacrificed. The irrigation industry produces 18 to 20% of the provincial agricultural gross domestic product. There are many flat-roofed warehouses built that cover hundreds of thousands of square feet, all demanding a substantial amount of energy to function. This is a prime example of alternate locations that could serve as a much better fit for these projects. We believe many new energy sources, such as geothermal, will be available in the future, and removing high-quality agricultural land is a very short-sighted proposition. We are one of many farms with an environmental farm plan that identifies best management practices for our business. What is the best management practice for this land? Not industrial solar. What impact will industrial solar projects have on land values? Elemental claims that there will be zero effect. At the AUC hearing, one of Elemental's experts presented documentation from the US. This does not apply here. The expert's personal opinion was that there would be a negative impact. Local realtors have expressed the same opinion. The equity of our land is an important part of our business and cannot be threatened. Many of the neighboring farmers, including ourselves, have passed the century mark by a decade. These families started and supported area schools, communities, and have been involved in multiple partnerships with county involvement to protect environmentally sensitive areas. These residents should not have to be subjected by the visual pollution of this project. If allowed, our property line will be 26 meters from this project. For quality of life, by having to overlook an industrial facility will definitely be impacted. Sent in by Rod, Vergoen, thank you guys. Rod Vergoen, Beth Vergoen, Jack Vergoen, Jenna Garner, and Graydon Garner. And letter 4. We would like to register our objection to the redesignation of Southwest 9, 24, 23 west of the 4th from agricultural general to the energy district. As landowners and farmers in Wheatland County, we feel that large pieces of highly productive agricultural land should not be redesignated for other purposes unless all options have been exhausted. The land in question is raised as Class 1 and 2, and the adjoining quarters are all pivot irrigated. Furthermore, southwest of 9 is currently farmed with a portion of northwest 9, and the redesignation would fragment an existing field. This site has no unique attributions in regards to sunshine and does not make use of a south-facing slope, which is generally preferred by developers. Additionally, several easements on the land would hinder the ability of the developer to maximize the use of the land. We have further concerns regarding the company behind this proposal. To date, their dealings with affected residents have not been transparent nor trust-inspiring. With a tight construction period to meet the AUC development permit deadline of June 30th, 2021, there is a concern as to how they plan to complete the project on time and the impact this will have on the residents. Additionally, as we have seen with other non-agricultural projects in the county, the impacts of developments can be ongoing and unanticipated. Given their past dealings, there is concern as to whether or not this company will be responsive to future concerns of the residents. Good neighbors are the cornerstone of a thriving community. Agricultural land is a renewable and sustainable resource in Wheatland County with the potential to generate social, economic, and environmental benefits long into the future. Once land is removed from production for commercial purposes, it is lost to agriculture and its integrity changed. We would like to see Wheatland County decline the proposal and preserve our agricultural land base. Yours sincerely, Kelly and Rhonda Wheeler. All right, so back to report. Staff would like to note that as per MGA section 619(4), this public hearing may not address matters already discussed by the AUC except as necessary to determine whether an amendment to a statutory plan or land use bylaw is required. So these items that were discussed at the AUC hearing are on pages 22 and 23, and I will give a brief outline of them now. So they were stormwater runoff and soil salinity, property value impacts, visual and solar glare impacts, land use and environmental impacts, noise impacts, and municipal bylaw setback requirements. The developer is proposing to construct a 20.1 MWAC commercial solar photovoltaic facility within the Southwest 9, 423 west of the 4th. It will provide power to Fortis Alberta's electric distribution system by connecting to the AltaLink substation 800 meters east of the proposed facility. The construction period is expected to last 8 months, with 40 personal vehicles and 3 flatbed transport trucks accessing the site daily. The developer is predicting this project will create over 100 jobs during peak construction phase. Once construction is completed, traffic is expected to drop to 1 to 2 personal vehicles a week. Access to this site will be from Range Road 233 through an existing oil and gas road. The haul route map is on page 32 of Council's package. Go down there. And I will comment, one of the landowners that had provided comment noted their concern that Range Road 234 would be used. This was initially discussed with the developer, that's correct. But just based on the access, the actual accessibility of the proposed developed road 234 to the site, and discussions with our emergency services, it was determined that Range Road 233 would be sufficient, so long as the address for this site reflected that it came from Range Road 233. At the decommissioning phase of the development, the developer is required through Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act and Conservation and Reclamation Directive for Renewable Energy Operations to reclaim the site to a pre-disturbance state. The reclamation obligation can only be discharged after the province has issued a reclamation certificate. The developer has obtained approval through the AUC for this development under decision number 24266-D01-2020. And per section 619 of the MGA, the AUC's decision prevails over the county's land use bylaw, statutory plans and development authority. We are to review the land use bylaw and development permit application and ensure it aligns with AUC's decision. Staff reviewed the application against the AUC decision, the relevant statutory documents, and land use bylaw. Staff has found the application aligns with the AUC decision and generally aligns with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, Regional Growth Management Strategy, and Municipal Development Plan. The development is removing agricultural lands from production. The developer has provincial obligations to decommission and reclaim the lands to substantially the same condition prior to construction. The developer provided the environmental assessment, which was approved by AEP. The environmental assessment summarizes the potential adverse effects associated with the project and states that they can be mitigated with standard environmental protection measures. The proposed development does not meet the energy district setbacks. The AUC was satisfied with the distance between the nearest residences and the fence line of the development and included a landscaping requirement along the northern fence line. The developer provided a map that shows the setbacks from the fence line. That's on page 34. A little bit difficult to see there. I'll just zoom in for you guys. So they provided a map that shows the setbacks from the fence line of the development to the two closest residences, approximately 290 meters and 350 meters. When the developer submits the development permit application, they will be required to request a variance to the energy district setbacks. The least complex map created by the Mistakis Institute assigned values. It shows areas within the county that scored the lowest on agricultural values, ecological values, cultural values, and scenic resources. In the county's data set, the subject parcel isn't included in least complex lands area. However, the Mistakis Institute did confirm that the parcel did score low enough to be categorized as least complex lands, and it was mistakenly excluded because of the natural break on the parcel, and the natural break being this drainage course here along the southwest corner of the parcel. So in conclusion, staff is recommending that council grant second and third reading to bylaw 2020-38 as the proposal generally supports the strategy's objectives and policies within the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, Regional Growth Management Strategy, the MDP, and it aligns with the AUC Decision 24266-D01-2020. Staff recommendations are on page 21 of council's package. Right now. Zoom out. The developer is present on the line if council does have any further specific questions about the development. That does conclude my presentation, and thank you so much. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Megan. Any questions regarding staff's presentation?
Through the chair, said that the developer is going to guarantee the decommissioning 20, 30 years from now, 40 years from whatever it is. What guarantee have we got? How is that protected? So that's guaranteed. Is there a bond or?
There's no bond, there's no security that they're required to pay. It's in policy in the reclamation. They're legally bound under the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act, which is administered by AEP, yeah. And
if they go away, they go broke, they go into hyperspace, farmer, whoever owns that land is responsible for the cleanup.
when I asked this question to the developer, they provided me an email. Do you mind if I read it out to you guys, just so I don't miss anything? Yeah. Here are a few of the core reasons that reclamation bonds are not necessarily necessary for solar projects in Alberta. Operators like ESSPI are legally bound under the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act as administered by AEP pursuant to the Conservation and Reclamation Directive for Renewable Energy Operations to reclaim and remediate the project lands. It has the following effects. Operators now have a duty to reclaim wind and solar generation facilities if the activities take place on specified land within the statutory definition. This includes the obligation to obtain a remediation certificate, similar to the obligation required by oil and gas operators. And they define specified land as land upon which an activity, so the solar project, has been carried on, which excludes land solely used for agricultural purposes or residential purposes and crown lands. As a result, the lands upon which the solar project will be located will be specified land, and Elemental will be required to reclaim the land and obtain a reclamation certificate. AEP can issue environmental protection orders mandating ESSPI and potentially mandating our directors and officers personally to complete the requisite conservation and reclamation work. ESSPI has a contractual obligation under their lease with the landowner to reclaim the project site to be returned to substantially the same condition as it was as the commencement date of the lease. The salvage value of the equipment, so the steel racking and piles, significantly offsets those reclamation costs. And the AUC recently determined that the above requirements and factors are sufficient to satisfy concerns regarding reclamation. They continued, additionally, solar photovoltaic projects require significant capital investment through the construction phase, and due to their fuel source free, there are minimal expenses throughout operations. So property tax is actually one of, if not the three largest expenses during the operations. Upfront capital is typically in the form of 70% debt, typically through the bank, and 30% equity, so that's through ESSPI. If a company, the equity sponsor, that owns the project were to go bankrupt, then the lender or the bank would step in as a receiver and sell the project to another private investor. The receiver will be able to do this because the equity costs are paid during construction and the remaining debt is serviced by the operating revenue generated by the project. In addition, the solar panels are backed by a 25-year production warranty, so a new investor will have a guaranteed production throughout their warranty. The new owner would then take on the debt and operate and maintain the project under the statutory and contractual obligations of EPEA and the lease. That was their response.
I have one other question. Did they hold an open house?
Oh, yes, yes.
The one that did strike.
So, it was at the community center.
I would just like to clarify one end on the Mistakis side of it. I sat on the Mistakis workshop. I believe Ben did as well. The reason this would have scored low is because we only looked at current irrigated parcels. We only valued current irrigated parcels, those that had irrigation rights on them and were classified. We didn't look at potential irrigation. And I just want to make sure that's in the public record, that this might be low right now, but the potential is there. And I think that should be weighted very heavily.
Looking at this from a development only and not what it is with the solar panels, I look at this piece of land and I think, why are they not paying for a road upgrade? We would make anybody else doing this for any kind of upgrade, developing that quarter, pay for that road to be developed to county standards. I'm talking 234. I know we've had that many times and it's detracted its development. So why is this not being considered? It shouldn't even be discussed as far as I'm concerned until that road needs to be upgraded.
That will be something to do with the development permit itself rather than.
But I mean, that's, to me, that would have to be at their expense.
Just keeping in mind, we're in the public hearing, so we will reserve debate for once we've closed the public hearing. We'll just try and focus on questions to clarify presentation from administration before we hear from interested parties.
Got a letter here from, I'm not sure if this is the part to talk about, that Matthew sent us about their decision from legal counsel. Like, I'm just trying to figure out what our ability as council is to do here, because as far as I can see, I'm looking at this, it says a license permit approval and other authorization granted by, including the AUC prevails. So this has been granted. So what are my options? I can tell that I'm listening to these letters. I understand, but is there anything to administration, what am I here to do? Rubber stamp this?
So we do have a role. So we are not permitted to address anything in this public hearing, or I think the wording is, the hearing may not address matters already decided by the AUC, except as necessary to determine whether an amendment to a statutory plan or land use bylaw is required. So we have already determined that there is a requirement to amend the land use bylaw. That's why we're holding this hearing, and that's why we're considering the bylaw to amend the land use bylaw and do the redesignation. All that we are allowed to take into consideration are inconsistencies between the application that was submitted to the AUC and the application that's being submitted to the county. Administration has indicated that they have not found any inconsistencies. The application for redesignation is fairly high level. I could not find any inconsistencies between the two applications either. The other role that we have here is to consider any sort of interface or land use planning issues that may arise that the AUC did not consider. So I want to hear from all parties to determine if there are issues, like land use issues. They could be nuisance issues. They could be anything that we normally would consider when we're making land use planning decisions as a council that the AUC did not consider in their decision. And that's all we are allowed to determine, or weigh, I guess.
So if the AUC decision that they have here, 2460-266, D01, they have not fulfilled what they're supposed to fulfill, we cannot touch that.
You mean
Case in point.
enforcing?
No, they said on their decision, on the first part, on the decision summary part number 11. Commission has previously found that public interest will be largely met if an application complies with existing regulatory standards and the project's benefits to the public outweigh the negative impacts. They have not, in my opinion, told me, have defined what public interest is. If you go into the dictionary, a public interest is anything affecting the rights, health, and finances of the public at large. So, case in point, I know of one person, the landowner of this particular part, that agrees with this. If we hold a meeting on Friday, I would have 100 people that tell me that this is not for the best public interest. So my problem is, the AUC is an unelected, unaccountable board of bureaucrats that do not face any consequences for their decisions. This falls on,
I'm just going to stop you just for 1 second. So just because we're still in the public hearing, this is excellent debate. Let's reserve that for once the public hearing is closed. Because you're raising good points and it's important discussion. But I think my preference would be to hear from the applicant, hear from the adjacent landowners who are impacted by this and their concerns, and then that can help us have the most information when making a decision. So
I do not believe their decision is.
Yeah, and we'll have more fulsome debate regarding that. I'm not cutting off the debate at all. We'll just hold it following the public hearing, just for process. Any other questions to clarify any of the information that was provided in the administrative report?
Yeah, question administration.
And I'm just going to ask all of council if we can all just speak a little bit closer to our mics and as clearly as possible.
Question to administration. I know I was told that the WID was part of the AUC decision but I'm curious to see where in that decision it's laid out, because I think, as I said before, the potential to irrigate that quarter section is there, and I think WID has made it very clear that they don't want to see potential irrigated land go to waste. And I'm just curious why their views of the party, their views of this development isn't considered in the AUC decision.
Just at first glance, where I would say that that was considered, and we can get into this more after, is when they were considering the agricultural value of the land and weighing that with landowner rights, like the current landowner.
How can you value that irrigation when with that land, when one of the main parties with that industry, WID wasn't consulted?
I think, and administration can please correct me if I understand this incorrectly, how I understand the hearing works with the AUC is you need to register a concern that Wheatland County did because of the non-compliance of the application with our land use bylaw. So we did put forward information regarding that to the commission to consider. And I don't see WID as one of the organizations that was a proceeding participant. So I think the onus would have been. So I think, and admin can correct me, but I believe that the onus would have been on the Western Irrigation District to register as a interested party. And I believe you have to demonstrate, I think there's some kind of netting or like requirement to demonstrate why you are an impacted party to be included in this, is how I understand it. It's a good question.
It's more for the debate after, but if the information isn't put forward at the public hearing, you can't debate it afterwards either during the debate period. So my question is, even though they have given permission through the energy
Alberta Utilities
regulators, if they don't receive second and third reading, they can't move forward if the redesignation doesn't go through.
They can appeal to the MGB, and there's very clear legal precedent. So in answer to Tom's question, the point that they referenced for that point 11 is underneath. It's the Alberta Energy and Utility Board Decision 2001-111, EPCOR Generation Inc. and EPCOR Power Development Corporation, December 2001. And so, I did research this really thoroughly. I read several legal cases, and that is a pretty foundational legal precedent that the AUC relies on.
Do they have a right to move forward?
They will appeal, and they did
can
not
only
find,
appeal, they only can appeal the process, they can't appeal the decision.
no, because of Section 619 of the MGA. This is completely different than any other redesignation we do. It's similar to municipal jurisdiction over, and you would know this through the years, the loss of jurisdiction over oil and gas, over confined feeding operations, and we will get into this more in the debate, but there is a completely different legislative framework that we work under in considering this redesignation than any other redesignation, and it all hinges on Section 619 of the MGA. And it very clearly states that the AUC will prevail.
Oh, what that's telling me is that the public hearing that we're having today is just a formality. And if they don't like it, they appeal it and they win. So I say let them appeal it.
So
Otherwise,
I
we're just
would
rubber
say-
stamping it and there's no need to be sitting here.
it's not a formality if there are land use planning issues that the adjacent landowners raised to us that were not considered in the AUC Commission's decision. And that's what we need. I need to wait and hear. I've flagged one that I need more information on from the letters that we received, but I really want to hear from the affected landowners and see if there are. And one thing I want to be careful with is I think in other, interjurisdictional land use planning decisions, if we look at oil and gas, we don't even get this opportunity to consider other land use planning issues that may arise because of legislative changes that have completely taken municipalities out. And I think it's the same with CFOs, although CFOs are a little bit different, but, and I'm gonna talk about some advocacy work as well after.
I guess part of my concern is that part of the issue with, and it doesn't matter whether it's a wind generation or solar generation, is the protection of the landowners. And if there's an oil well drilled on somebody's land, they have the government behind them. If something goes wrong, they have orphan wells for cleanup. They have all kinds of ways that they can deal with. This is strictly the landowner and the project, whoever it is. So if we make it harder for them to come in place and do what they're trying to do, maybe it'll force the government to, as much as I hate to say that, put something in place so that there is a protection out there for the landowners. Because at this time, there's absolutely no protection for that landowner 20 years down the road. When this goes, it's all up to him. It's not up to the municipality. It's not up to the government. If he hasn't got a good enough lawyer to put everything in writing, when he first writes that contract with these guys, he's stuck with the bill. So the harder we make it for them to put that in place, maybe then it will generate action on the side of the government to put something in place to protect the land. That's my biggest concern.
I'm just gonna ask that all of council, not make any decision at this point, be very open-minded to hearing from the applicant. And I believe we do have some, adjacent landowners with, well, they absolutely do. We've heard multiple letters with the concerns, but I would also like to make sure that we consider anything that we hear during the public hearing. So at this point, unless there's any other.
I've got a couple questions.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead, Councillor Kester.
I haven't heard if there has been an assessment on that parcel land for irrigation. I see pivots around it and irrigation ditches and availability of water, but before you can irrigate or consider it, it has to be assessed. I don't know if that has been done. And also, I heard of the scheme by AUC, how they are going to reclaim the land. But I haven't heard who's going to backstop it in case all that fails. Is the AUC going to reclaim that land in the event that it goes bankrupt and nobody takes it over, nobody does anything, it's worthless and it's derelict? Who's going to reclaim it? Is the AUC at that time underwriting it all because they give the direction to have this installed? I would like to see that too, if it's been done or not. I heard how the banks take it and how they'll farm liability, but it doesn't tell me in the final end of the day who is the one that the hat hangs on and who's going to pay for it when all else fails.
Just to answer the one question, I know from talking to the surrounding landowners, that land hasn't been classified, but the surrounding landowners believe that that land would be eligible to be irrigated if classified.
So having said that, Jason, I believe it would be prudent in our case to have that parcel classified, just so we can't be dealing in what ifs, and have it classified. And if it is irrigatable, then it's done. It's classified. And I would, as I stated before, I still would like to have a letter from AUC saying, yeah, we're going to wear the financial responsibility of getting this, because a few years ago we've had, I don't know how many meetings on who's going to reclaim the land and getting lawyers to draw up, and it sounds like they've done some work and they got some words there, but it didn't tell me in the final end who's responsible, and it looks to me like it's still the landowner, the one with the biggest interest. So I think I would like to see the AUC say, yeah, after everything's been exhausted, we'll take over responsibility. I guess in the public good.
Megan, this is Will Patterson here from Elemental Energy. Is it appropriate for me to speak that kind of address this question, or I'm not sure what the correct format is?
We're still in public.
Yeah, so unless does staff have any comments regarding those questions? Because we could move to the applicant.
I don't, I apologize, I don't know the answer to those questions. I'm gonna see if I can't find an answer, while Will is talking. But at this time, I don't have an answer.
I suspect it's a little bit, I think, where a court of appeal or the MGB would go back to is what we're currently discussing around irrigation is somewhat moot. If the landowner exercises their right as a landowner to do what they want with their land, and that's what the AUC referenced in their decision. And I have a lot more to say about this, but I'm going to save it for after the public hearing. But I suspect in an appeal based on irrigation potential of the land, that all hinges on it being used for agricultural use, and we really, first, I am really balancing all landowner rights in this decision, and that's at the crux of most of what we do as municipal elected leaders. So unless there's any other specific questions regarding administration's report, I would like to move to hear from the applicant, if the applicant wishes to present. Any other questions regarding administration's report? Recognizing that we'll be having fulsome debate following the public hearing. Does the applicant wish to speak?
Yeah. Hi there. Can everyone hear me all right?
If I can just ask that each party who's speaking, if you can just identify yourself, it assists with our records.
Sure. So we have two people here from East Strathmore Solar Project, Inc. Myself, which is Will Patterson. I'm a project manager here at at East Strathmore Solar Project, Inc. And we have our Director of Development, Dan Eaton, also on the line. He can also speak to any questions that come up that maybe I can't address right away. So maybe just to give a quick overview of Elemental. I know this is the first time that we've had a chance to connect with council in a more formal setting like this. Elemental Energy, we're a Canadian-owned company. We're a wholly owned private company, and we're started in 2008. We're a family-owned company, which is again a Canadian company with a long-term investment horizon focus for our assets and our investments. We're one of the most, if not the most experienced solar developer in Western Canada. We constructed the Brooks Solar project in 2017 and own and operate that project and have done so since then. And since Brooks has started operating in 2017, it's only been down for non-operational for less than 24 hours due to a variety of reasons that we can control. So it's a very reliable plant. Innisfail Solar is the project that we constructed last year. We built it in 2019 and 2020, and both projects are very similar to the project that we're proposing here in. Elemental owns 135 megawatts of operating assets across Canada. We own solar projects, we own wind projects, and as well as a hydro project. Our team is very experienced, as I said, and there is only 4 operating, I think, solar projects, or maybe 5 right now, in Western Canada, and we own 2 of them. So as I said, we're one of the most experienced developers in Alberta, and are here to answer any questions that you may have. I understand that there may be some questions. Maybe just a quick overview of the project. I'm sure everyone has been familiar with the application and what we've submitted to the council for their review. This project was originally developed in 2016 and was originally cited by effectively a consortium by original developer who was working with a consortium of different landowners in the area to identify an area that would work. And the project location as it is now was identified as the ideal location due to its proximity to the substation and due to the private landowner's interest to hold the site. And then through 2017 and 2018, the project was developed, completing consultation both with the county planning officials as well as with the nearby stakeholders, including the Western Irrigation District. And then in 2019, the project was applied to the AUC, which is fairly standard to apply to the AUC before getting a development permit for a utility scale project. Utility scale power generation is governed by the Alberta Utilities Commission, so that's really the main reason why. And then through 2019 and into 2020, the project made its way through the AUC process. We actually did pause that process to consult with landowners a little bit more to better understand their concerns and try to mitigate their concerns by providing them more information. Ultimately, we weren't able to do that. So we did go through an AUC hearing where the landowners had a chance to and did engage legal counsel, and so did ourselves, and to cross-examine us on the evidence that we provided. And the AUC had a chance to ultimately rule as a third party what is in the best public interest, having regard to social, economic, and environmental matters. Now we're looking to kind of bring this project forward and bring it into ideally construction. And so we're working through the municipal process, and the first step of that is the land use redesignation, which we are currently discussing. One thing I just wanted to point out, which I'm not sure if it has gotten a lot of attention right now, is really just the benefit of this project. This is a $30+ million project, capital investment that is potentially coming to Wheatland County. As you said, we're ideally going to be starting construction potentially this year. I mean, we want to be constructed and even energize the project this year. And during construction, we anticipate there to be over 100 jobs created. And as everyone knows right now, it's not the best time for unemployment in Alberta. So it's generally seen in time of a recession that creating 100 jobs is a pretty big win through the construction period. The jobs is one thing during construction, but I just wanted to mention the economic boost that would likely come to Wheatland County through this project, through construction. We did a deep dive of our Brook Solar project, which was a smaller project. It's a 15 megawatt AC project, and this is a 20.1 megawatt AC project. And that project delivered over $4.5 million of direct local economic activity within the city of Brooks and the county of Newell. And so we would expect something similar to be in the same range in Wheatland County. And similarly, for our Brooks project, we had $7 million of economic activity within Alberta. So when we talk about the public benefit and creating jobs and stimulating the economy through private investment is key. That's all through construction. This project is a long-term project. It likely has an operational life of 35 years. And a key aspect is throughout operations and is property tax. As Megan mentioned, in one of her notes here, property tax is one of the largest operating costs for our project. And I think in the first year, we expect to pay something around in the realm of $180,000. So over the life of the project, we're talking about millions of dollars in property tax revenue alone. And these projects don't simply just don't use very many municipal services. They don't use water, and they don't use sewer, septic services. And as Megan also said, the impacts on the roads is fairly minor as well, as we expect only 1 to 2 vehicles per week during operations. So I just want to focus on that and just kind of bring it to what are we actually talking about, the benefits. There have been a range of concerns that have been raised through consultation, and those are well documented and have been discussed at length, both through the AUC process and before the AUC process. And we've honestly provided the landowners and the adjacent people that have raised concerns detailed information to the best of our ability to do that. And I would just say, when we're talking about the public benefit again, is the concern. There were 3 interveners that we went to an AUC hearing for. That is 3 landowners, and we're talking about potentially millions of dollars of benefits that are provided by the project, both through construction and in operation. So that balancing act of benefit to concern from adjacent people is what as elected officials you are here to do. But ultimately, I just wanted to say that we firmly believe that this project represents a strong benefit to Wheatland County, the people of Wheatland County, our neighbors, our soon-to-be neighbors, and we're committed as long-term owners to operate the project responsibly. So if I'm happy to answer any questions. Dan is also on the line. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Mr. Patterson. You had indicated you had a response to Councillor Kester's questions regarding irrigation.
Was the question regarding irrigation, or was it regarding the ultimate decommissioning requirement?
Both. There was 2 questions.
Okay, I think I only understood the decommissioning one, so let me respond to that, and then if we could repeat the question on irrigation, that'd be appreciated. So for the decommissioning, oil and gas activities are governed by the energy AER, whereas our utilities projects are governed by the AEP, so the Alberta Environment and Parks. So the AEP is who is the kind of governing body of us. It is not necessarily the AUC is a governing body, but they enforce environmental measures through the AEP and ultimately through APIA, which is the Environmental Protection Act. So at the end of the day, who is actually footing the bill, if there is a bill for decommissioning, it is the owner of the asset, it is the owner of the project. And currently that is us. It is East Strathmore Solar Project Inc., which is owned by our firm. And the cost to decommission is one that we could discuss probably at length, because the salvage value of the equipment has been shown in many areas to completely offset the cost of decommissioning due to the long life of that value. So that is a fairly key aspect of the decommissioning process. But if for whatever reason that, let's say, the value of steel goes to zero and our piles are worthless, then there is a due to our lease agreement, there is a contractual liability for us to decommission the project, or contractual responsibility for us to decommission the project. And because that exists, we have to accrue for it in our audited financial statements. So at the end of the day, again, we will be the ones to decommission the project. And the cost to decommission the project, if the salvage value completely offsets it, I mean, there's that the cost is effectively zero. But if the salvage value is less than the cost to decommission the project, then the owner of the asset has to carry that cost in their audited financial statements.
Councillor Kester, would you mind repeating your question regarding the the irrigation?
I'm just wondering if the land has been classified for irrigation rights or not.
I'm not sure of if the land has been classified or not in the past. I know adjacent parcels have been, but I'm not sure of this parcel.
Does anybody have any questions regarding the applicant's presentation or what they have shared with the hearing? Thank you, Mr. Patterson. You will have an opportunity to address the hearing, to address any comments that are presented or have been submitted in writing prior to the close of the public hearing. I'll now ask if there are any persons in support of the application who would like to speak.
Dryden.
Tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you going tomorrow?
Dramas.
Is Nick
I'm just going to ask anybody who's not presenting to the public hearing to please mute your phones. We're getting some background noise. Anybody who would like to speak in support of the application? I'll now call upon anybody who has concerns or is opposed to the application. I'll ask that just one person speak at a time and that you state your name.
Rod Vergown.
Go ahead.
Can
Rod.
you guys hear? Sorry, can you hear me, Amber?
You bet. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So we sent in a letter of concerns, and that addresses a lot of it. Just a couple things I want to reiterate is, so like we're dealing with the energy companies, and so is the county Wheatland, on lack of lease payments, and they're all legally bound as well, as far as honoring their contracts, which they just want to quit, which you guys are fully aware of, and I believe this can fall into the exact same scenario. If the tax base is going to be their largest expense, you look at your bottom line. Expenses are always the first ones. Highest expense is always the first ones cut, so that's going to go right to the county Wheatland in a tax revenue. So in that AUC decision, so we were part of that whole process. And if you read through that AUC decision, they assumed that because the county was not an active participant in the hearing, that they did not have any more input into what the energy district bylaw wanted to be in place. So I feel that was very, very wrong in how the AUC supported that and approved that. The energy district bylaw was enacted and put in place, and that should be sufficient to uphold the rights and of the neighboring landowners and the county input. So that's one thing that I do not like about that AUC decision at all, is that they assumed that because the county was not an active participant, that they had no argument against what was being presented. The other thing that we have to be doing is setting a precedence to these procedures. We have to be starting with development permits at the county level, not being backdoored to the AUC to get these things approved. So let's involve all the stakeholders, that's landowners, adjacent landowners, county, and then approach it, approve it, and then take it forward to AUC for potential development, not the backhanded way that this was done. So, and don't get me wrong, we're not arguing solar development in the county. We're arguing placement and proper utilization of the quality of land that is potentially being taken up. In regards to the employment, so they've got short-term employment that will last 6 to 8 months, and then they're down to one person through the year for management on this. What are we losing when we're losing all the crop and farming inputs to all our local suppliers that support all the local businesses, the communities, and all those organizations. Studies show that over the long-term life of these solar panels, they're going to lose 20% of their generating capacity. So over 25 years, that's a big reduction. So now ag is a complete opposite. With new technologies, farming practices, we're improving soil quality and soil yields. So our industry is more efficient and more effective than unreliable, inefficient solar production. I believe that's about all I got to say. So, like, we're adjacent landowners. So these guys have had zero communication with us since last spring. And, you know, I feel that we're just going to get steamrolled, and that's where it's going to end with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vergowan. Any other persons with concerns or who are opposed to the application who wish to speak? I'm going to ask once more, just because I know this hybrid meeting format can be challenging. Any other persons with concerns or opposed to the application who wish to present during the public hearing?
Hi, Suzanne. It's Gary here from Midwest Holding, manager here. I was just wondering, we need to apply for a developer, and I was wondering, how do I go about it? This is my first building.
I'm just going to reiterate, anybody who is not presenting to the public hearing, if you can please mute your phone. I do hear somebody speaking, but I'm not sure that you're presenting to the public hearing. Hearing no other persons with concerns or who are opposed to the application, I'll give an opportunity to the applicant to address any comments presented during the public hearing or that were submitted in writing.
Hi there, this is Will here from from East Strathmore Solar Project. There were a number of concerns and notes that were brought up in comments. I think I could go through and speak to them, but we would be here for, I think, several hours to actually speak to them. And again, we've already spoken to these comments at length. Maybe one thing I just want to say is just when we look at this project, I mean, I think one of the people that were opposed to the project mentioned that, you know, we should talk to adjacent landowners and do this properly. What the AUC process requires is for developers like ourselves and people that want to invest in the county and want to invest in Alberta, it requires us to consult with people. It requires us to consult with the adjacent landowners. It requires us to consult with everyone within 2,000 meters of the project. So that is why, you know, this one landowner on the phone today has raised concerns, and that's why he knows about the project and has been involved with the project really since it was first started by his brother. So that is kind of why it was first started, and that's why we're kind of here today. So I just want to maybe speak to maybe the process is that the AUC it kind of requires everyone to be consulted before you even apply. And if there are concerns, those concerns are documented and laid out in a very clear way through the Alberta Utilities Commission. And if those concerns aren't resolved, then landowners and the county can challenge that, can challenge it and take the project to an AUC hearing. And in the AUC hearing, the developer, ourselves, is required to compensate at least the majority of the costs for landowners to participate and engage experts. So through the AUC process, the landowner is afforded, or not the landowner, but adjacent people that are potentially concerned about the project, are afforded the ability to have a very clear process that delineates and what is being asked and what their concerns are, and also allows them the ability to engage experts to seek their own legal opinion. And again, those experts and those legal opinions are largely paid for by the developer. One of the things that we've heard throughout consultation and is really the impact and the control of soils and how Wheatland County is a farming community, and the importance of farmland protection in Wheatland County. That's very apparent and is important to any aspect of our projects as well, because at the end of the day, we are it's a long-term project, and we have to take care of this land over many decades. And a key aspect of how we take care of the land starts with planning. So when we talk about the soil impacts, that is why we have an erosion control plan in place. That is why we have an environmental protection plan in place. And that is why we have a weed control plan in place. And that is exactly why all of these plans and environmental reviews are prepared by professionals, and they're reviewed by Alberta Environment and Parks to give a risk designation to our project, which our project received a low risk rating, which is the lowest rating it could be. And the AUC requires us, because we include all these plans in our application, they require us to operate the project in accordance with these plans. So those plans are really important and outline kind of how we're going to be taking care of some of the soils for the project. Because I've heard that on numerous occasions on that. And then once you actually go into construction, the biggest thing, or kind of construction and into operation, the biggest thing is taking care of the vegetation that is going on site. That is important for, it's very important for us, because if we have weeds on site, we're required in the Weed Control Act to control those weeds. As a county, you can ensure you can have someone out there to review and to make sure that there's no weeds on site as well. That's why you employ people that do that. And we need to make sure that the vegetation that we have on site doesn't grow and start shading panels or anything like that. So that's why vegetation is really important, and vegetation management. And one of the aspects that one of the different ways that we've been trying to manage vegetation over the last year or two is using actually sheep to manage vegetation on site. This is a way that we've been piloting, as I said, over the last year or two to manage vegetation and also continue grazing the land and continue having agricultural use of the land, which is a key aspect of kind of the vibrancy of Wheatland County. What that would look like is something in the realm of 150 plus sheep being on site through the growing season, which is usually from, call it May to October-ish. And they don't need to be there in the winter, but that is, and when they're on site, they control vegetation by eating down weeds before they flower, fertilizing the site, and controlling the vegetation that we have. And water is provided for the sheep, and the sheep are managed through a sheep grazing contractor, which we typically hire someone locally. So I just want to kind of mention that again. There's many other aspects that have been raised through this application, and it's hard to address all of them right now. But I would just say that I'm very open to answering any questions that you guys have, and just going to take a quick look at if there's anything else that we wanted to kind of mention here. I think one other aspect is when we're talking about a landowner's rights, and this project is sited on private land, and the landowner is interested in developing this land for solar development. So I think when we're talking about rights and people's ability to choose what they want to do with their private land, that is something that the Alberta Utilities Commission has ruled on very clearly in the past. And I just think it's something that should be considered and weighted in the ESSP's decision or the county's decision on how it moves forward. So yeah, again, we're here to answer any questions that you would like to answer on any of the concerns that have been raised to date.
Mr. Pedersen, I just have two questions, and I'm cognizant of our limited jurisdiction. What percentage of the 120 acres is covered by the panels?
So of the 120 acres that is designated, like within the area that is in the project fence?
Yes.
So the majority, I mean, the area in the project fence, the idea is that most of the area is going to be covered by panels in some sense. There's something called ground coverage ratio. I mean, Dan can probably speak to it better than I can, so maybe I'll open the floor to him.
Sure. Yeah, I think within the project fence, as well said, the majority of it will be for energy production purposes. So there'll be panels there. And then within that, about 35%, if you just sort of laid all the panels out on the ground and counted up the area of actual panels versus the total area of land, I believe the ground coverage ratio is around 35%. So there's space between rows to get equipment through to, as we said, have sheep grazing. So there's kind of more area of land than there is of panels. But predominantly within that 120 acres of project fence, it will be, for energy producing equipment.
Right. And maybe one other thing to add on to that is, while there are panels that are planned to be built on racking that will be piled into the ground, storm water and erosion is something that we've looked at extensively on this project, and we've already completed a stormwater management report, which shows that in a 100-year stormwater event, the flows will actually be slightly reduced right now because of the stormwater management measures put in place. So if that is potentially the next question of when we start to talk about ground coverage, that's just another point to consider.
Thank you. One other question, given that the land is rated as high quality agricultural land, sort of level 1 and 2, and the concern that was raised in one of the letters regarding the mixing of the clay in the topsoil when driving the piles, can you just expand on your environmental plan, how you mitigate that or reclaim that?
Sure. So the piling, each pile is effectively looks like an I-beam. It looks like an I that is, or a big H that is going to the ground. The biggest thing when we're talking about soil impacts are if we're talking about large-scale grading and topsoil management and topsoil protection. So before we've done some initial work to date and to show that we don't expect grading to be required generally for the site, with the exception of where the roads are. That is pretty much where the roads are and where the inverters are located are pretty much the areas that we expect to have to manage the topsoil. And there's a whole soil management plan in our environmental mitigation plan. But in terms of the piling, piles, how you install a pile is you literally pile. You either drive or you screw a pile into the ground. I don't know if we've finalized the design on which type of pile is going to be input in this project.
I'm not sure, Mr. Patterson, if you're still speaking, but we can't hear you.
I'm not speaking anymore.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm not speaking anymore.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that response. I appreciate it. Any other questions for the applicant? And does staff have any final comments?
No final comments from staff.
Thank you. If there's no other questions directly related for the public hearing from council, I will close the public hearing for bylaw 2020-38. Council's wishes. Had a request for a break. We'll take a 9-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:45. Good morning. We're going to call the meeting back to order. Council's wishes regarding bylaw 2020-38. I guess to put the question on the floor, I will move that council grant second reading of bylaw 2020-38, a bylaw for the purpose of amending land use bylaw number 2016-01 to redesignate 160 acres of Southwest 92423 west of the 4th from agricultural general district to the energy district as shown on the attached Schedule A forming part of this bylaw. Open it up for debate.
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote as well.
Certainly.
You start.
So, I just did. I'm just, administration, what are our options? This is, my whole being is, we sit down and we talk about the public good, private, like, public interest. And what is the, like, how do we define public good? Like, how have they defined public good? We've got an operation here that is 20 megawatts of power, has no backup energy system. It doesn't have, provides no base load. So in the public, quote unquote, public good, we are now asking the taxpayers of Alberta to provide 20.1 megawatts of fast gen natural gas generation in order to subsidize this. That costs $1.2 million a megawatt to build. So that's $25 million of taxpayer money that's going to be spent for a backbone to this organization, to this guy. These guys do not, the only reason that this is where it's at is because it's 800 meters away from a substation. If it was 6 miles away from a substation, they wouldn't do it because they would have to put the infrastructure in for that, and that would cost them too much money. They wouldn't do it. I do not know what public, I don't know. I'm told that we're gonna go, we fight this thing, we're gonna lose, it's gonna cost us $500,000. And the AUC has not, in a court case, they claim they've figured out what public interest is, but I don't think so. We are asked to rubber stamp something that a bunch of unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats say is fine. This has been backdoored to us. We have not, what Mr. McGowan said is 100%. It should have, but the system set up. So I have got a lot of, but I don't think this makes the interest of public good. I don't know if that's if we can go back to AUC and do that. I don't know. But
yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I think that they've done their public consultations, but they've failed, and they can't be rubber stamped because they did it. We wouldn't have got all these letters and all of them rejected if it would have worked. If you can't sell something through a consultation, then it's not working. So I just think that it's not the right location. They didn't sell it. So
Can we
why
ask
should we
whoever's
approve
on the line to please mute their phone?
So I agree with Tom, it's not the right location, or we wouldn't have got the letters, I feel, that if they were satisfied with what was discussed with them.
So I completely respect what both of you are saying, and I agree. I typically try and reserve any comments I'm going to make until the end, but this is in my division, and in all honesty, I have spent days researching this. I'm so frustrated. Where to start? This is extremely frustrating because, to a huge extent, the jurisdiction of municipal government has been subjugated by Section 619 of the MGA. We have the ability to vote down second reading of this bylaw. What that will result in is an appeal to the MGB, which, if we were to defend and actually try and take a stand on, I've heard at the CMRB, on average, other municipalities have spent around $500,000 defending MGB appeals or decisions that made there. I cannot find any legal precedent where we would have any hope taking that route. At the fall convention of RMA, Willow Creek, thankfully, put forward a resolution regarding this exact section, Section 619 of the MGA. I'm going to read you therefore be it resolved. They have somewhere, as is with the background, that basically is what we have gone through today, the fact that the AUC decision prevails. The AUC, in the Commission's report, does indicate that they considered our land use bylaw and the fact that this project would not be in compliance, but they have already ruled on that. Given our current legislative framework, we have no hope of arguing against that, because in our current legislative framework, it's very clear that that prevails. Willow Creek is asking that the rural municipalities of Alberta urge the government of Alberta to amend Section 619 to clearly state that the Natural Resources Conservation Board, the Energy Resources Conservation Board, and the Alberta Energy Regulator, the Alberta Energy and Utilities Board, and the Alberta Utilities Commission, and this is the key part, must consider municipal statutory land use planning related to the protection of productive agricultural lands when making decisions on licenses, permits, approvals, and other authorizations under their jurisdiction. And to me, this all goes back to the very fundamental basis of land use planning in Alberta. And if we look at the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, and it's in the letters, and I had it in my background around renewables, it is that the agricultural industry is the #1 renewable and sustainable resource in the South Saskatchewan region. And in addition to cultivated lands, the region also has significant native rangelands that not only support the livestock sector, but provide many environmental benefits, such as maintaining the ecological health of the native prairie, the stewardship role of the holders, which has also been referenced today and in the letters. And I could not agree more about the progressive and regenerative nature of our agricultural producers' work. The stewardship role of the holders of grazing dispositions has been essential in maintaining the value of these landscapes. There's other things just about what is fundamentally what makes Wheatland County is, and the Saskatchewan Regional Plan references it, is the natural beauty of our region. And so this is incredibly frustrating. What we really need to focus our discussion on, though, unfortunately, is I think we've established, unless anybody can present an argument or a case for the application for redesignation not being consistent with the AUC application. So let's start there. Is there any basis for that?
I don't believe that they did a thorough job of identifying.
That's not the question. So can you identify any element of the redesignation application, we'll start here, that is not consistent with the application they made to the AUC.
What about the fact that it might be, that it could be irrigated? And WID didn't.
That's really moot, and part of what is challenging for me on this is probably, might be the most frustrating decision I've had to make on council. It's for sure in the top 3. And it's because of the balancing factors. And I really do, I would die to defend landowner rights. But unfortunately, that includes the landowner who is taking the liberty to develop this as a solar project. So he has, or she, I don't know who it is, has that liberty to do that with their land. So that automatically, irrigation is irrelevant if you are developing your land as a solar project. I guess it could be considered for this forage crop that they're planting for sheep or something like that if it were to be a factor in that. But I'm also trying to be very cognizant of some of what our argument is hinging around here is the profitability for the business owner. That's not our jurisdiction. That we have no say. We at no time with any development should be looking at, is this profitable? How are they running it? Are they accessing grants to do it? We don't get into that. That's outside our jurisdiction. We can have principles and fundamental beliefs about things like that, but they can't weigh in, unfortunately, on this decision. So first question, is there any inconsistency? I've reviewed it. Redesignation is so high level, I can't find anything that's inconsistent. So we have to start there. Anybody? If not that, the only other thing that we can consider in this decision is something that, I'll just find the wording so I'm accurate.
Get your mic.
Yeah, turn your mic on.
Through the chair, what I'm gonna say is, goes back a little ways, but we had one of these similar problems a few years back on Mother's Day, I think it was. But anyways, it was to deal with the oil industry, and we put a motion on the floor, and we stood behind it till the government came down here and sat in our chambers and told us to back off. We had no right. It wasn't our responsibility. They did it. So we didn't have the right, so then we had to go in and change our bylaw. But if they're putting something in front of us and they want us to rubber stamp it simply because we're the council, I disagree with that wholeheartedly. If they want to do it, come down here and tell us that we have no business in that, making that decision, because they've already made it. And I'm going to vote against it. I'm going to say, no, if you want us to give you our opinion and the opinion of the landowners that are involved around it, then that's what I'm going to do. But if you want me to rubber stamp it, then no, I'm not going to do that. And if the EUC or the Environment Board or the Premier of the province wants to come down here and tell us that we're overstepping, then do that. But that's not our decision then. It goes back to where it belongs. And they need to put something in place to protect that. Or the energy company. And we've been led down the path to think that solar and wind generation are the answer to the future of our energy needs. And we're not saving anything. We're not doing anything environmental. It looks green, it looks pretty, it looks cute, but it's not saving the planet any more than what we've been using for the last 50 years. And the resources that are in the ground right now that are available for the next 150 to 200 years. So they're killing one industry to start another one, and they're not doing a damn bit of good while they're doing it. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is just another business trying to set up. And if they're not going to do what the ratepayers in that area want, if they think solar is so good, then there shouldn't be a house built in an urban center the size of Calgary, Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, Winnipeg, any of these big places that doesn't have solar panels on the roof. If it's such a good, make them do it there. They won't need to put them out here on agricultural land if they put them on top of every building that's built in an urban center. So they're not doing that. They're saying, no, we don't want them there. That's too costly. We'll go out and we'll use up the ag land.
I 100% agree with you on all of that. Like, I honestly do, but they have put in place the legislative framework saying this is what you can weigh in on, and it's land use planning, municipal issues that the AUC has not considered. So that brings me to our second question. And there is legal precedent. I think it was Parkland County challenged. They lost. There is a few legal cases around this, but the legislation is there. We don't need the premier to come tell us because he told us in the MGA that the AUC prevails. And there actually is, like, I do have to admit that there is some rationale for that. And I went back and, like, in the Alberta Hansard where they put in section 619, it was to clarify the relationship between provincial and municipal approvals and ensure consistency by granting paramountcy and limiting local autonomy to an extent. What this government wants is to have local areas have local control over their affairs, with the province laying down some guidelines for consistency. And what they talk about the purpose of it, and this was way before the Red Tape Reduction Act, but it was to reduce regulatory burden and increase administrative efficiency and consistency, which I do support that principle, but it has to be balanced with that local decision making. And I think that's where we have to get behind this resolution by Willow Creek to have 619, and the AUC needs to take into consideration and place at a higher priority than they currently do the agricultural value of agricultural lands. Obviously, that has to be balanced with landowner rights, and that is a challenge to do that. The other thing that has been raised is around securities. And we know from our experiences with oil and gas, and even though there is that orphan well fund, it is significantly underfunded. I forget to the tune of what, I did read it. Do you
Right, it is.
remember?
It's still
Yeah, billions, if not more than that, if you dig into it. But that could be, and unfortunately, the resolution is too late for this decision, but that could be a potential advocacy piece, would be to look at some sort of securities. I know the developer's representative indicated they do account for it in their financial statements. Solar is a little bit different because other than in the letter was referenced pesticides and that type of thing can contaminate the site. There are different risks than involved with oil and gas in terms of reclamation, and also different factors, I guess, in terms of the salvage value of the materials used and that type of thing. So, thank you.
Oh, I'm sure in 30, 40 years, something in place to deal with that, but right now there isn't. But what bothers me more than anything is that we're being asked to rubber stamp something, so why bring it to us? Bring us the development permit and we can deal with the development permit and put conditions on it. But they're just saying, well, you have to rubber stamp this. So why bring it here? Why waste our time?
So, I hate to say this, but we did this to ourselves. We did, by creating the energy district. Previous to this, and Matt can correct me if I'm wrong, these types of developments were permitted uses in the agricultural district. I'd have to go back to my notes. This is from like long-term memory. I'm not sure that we weighed section 619 of the MGA. I'm not sure that we as councillors considered that heavily enough, and I'm not sure that administration of the day highlighted the supremacy of that, like that's not the right word, but the prevailing nature of AUC decisions, because what we did, now that being said, the commission in section 66, 67, 68, they did recognize that the commission must take into account when considering an application, may consider amongst other factors, may, not must, whether a proposed project is consistent with the municipality's planning and land use decisions. We did it because we were trying to make things better for adjacent landowners. We were trying to preserve the agricultural nature of our county, and we're trying to preserve what we all value. It sounds cliche, but big open prairie skies. And we were trying to preserve that. But the current legislative framework by the government, by the provincial government, negates it. So we created the rubber stamp by creating the energy district, and I still stand behind that. And I think the fight, we should fight, but fighting in front of the MGB under clear legislation, that's a losing battle. And I will fight for anything. We have spent huge amounts of money to fight on another development project that is also negatively impacting ratepayers. And we were right in doing so. I didn't think we had a hope of winning that, and we haven't won necessarily, but we have made improvements. There is clear legal precedent that we are not going to change at the MGB. Where we have to change this is with the provincial government. That's the only way, is through an amendment to the MGA, which the MGB is not going to do that.
Then
So I
we should-
completely
we should
agree
have-
we should fight.
Then we should have a report in front of us that says that the ACU has done all their background and they've done everything that is mandated, that it follows all our stuff. And this is where they're gonna put it, and here's the development permit. We should not be looking at a redesignation. If they're telling us that we can't do anything about it, then don't ask me to. Don't ask me the question if you don't want the right answer.
I have a question. If we rubber stamp it, we're not gonna feel really good about it. If it doesn't go through, then they have to go and appeal, right? And so at least them going to appeal, whether we don't fight them on it, but they have to go to the appeal, at least it proves somewhere along the line that there's something broken. But if we just say, okay, yeah, well, there's nothing we can do, so we'll just pass it through, we haven't proved anything. You get what I mean?
I do, except that the MGB, it really has no relevance to the legislative framework that needs to change.
But the process, if it's refused and they have to appeal it, they have to appeal the process. They have to go through a process and prove that we are wrong, that we didn't do something right, that we didn't.
Nope.
They have to prove that.
They don't. So
That's the appeal on a bylaw. is
not
the
under
process.
619. So I'll just read it to you. I highlighted it. The Municipal Government Board, in hearing an appeal under subsection 6, which is what references section 619, may only hear matters relating to whether the proposed statutory plan or land use bylaw amendment is consistent with the license, permit, approval, or other authorization granted under subsection 1. We don't have to do anything wrong. The only thing the MGB will even hear from anybody is if what we're considering today, the redesignation, it goes back to the very first question I asked council, is the redesignation consistent with this? It is. That's all the MGB will hear.
But we're still forcing them to go through that process. Which sends a message to the
Sends a
government.
message. at least,
Exactly,
yeah.
because how does it look if we don't do that and then we get on the bandwagon with the resolution?
So here's a question to council. All you're doing is delaying them slightly. If you're going to fight this, the estimated cost is $500,000 for a guaranteed loss. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. I am not willing, I am going to vote in favor of my motion because I am not willing to throw approximately $500,000 of these same ratepayers who this is negatively impacting already, guaranteed negatively impacting them because we don't have the jurisdiction to change it. I'm not willing to throw their tax dollars at a losing fight. I am willing to fight the province, but that has to be done through advocacy. That does not happen at the MGB. It's not like the MGB goes to the province and says, oh, you know what, Wheatland County voted this down, we overturned it, they won the appeal, the solar project's going through, would you reconsider section 619? That's not how it works. It is not where our fight is. Our fight is with the province, and we need to be strategic in using our taxpayers' dollars. How do I justify to every ratepayer in this county that I'm throwing away $500,000? You could raise the question, well, let's not spend money on legal fees, let's not defend it. Then what are we doing? Other than like short-term delaying a project.
And why is it before us?
Because we created an energy district.
Then put it in the energy district. We shouldn't have to make any changes. If we have to accept this, It should just happen through staff. It shouldn't have to come here for a vote, because they're asking me to rubber stamp something that I don't agree with in principle. So if they're saying that we have no other alternative, that's what staff is for. They should be bringing it to us, saying, this is the proposal, this is a development permit. Now we look at conditions as how they go in there and how they produce it. But if you're asking me to do the other, I already done. So I just don't agree with.
I got a couple comments if there's time.
Yeah, of course. Please, Councillor Kester.
Years ago, when we started all these public hearings for land redesignation, my big plus for all these public hearings was it gives our ratepayers an opportunity to voice their concerns. It gives a developer their opportunity to listen to the concerns, to open house if that's appropriate at the time, to address these concerns before it comes to a public hearing. Not just to, yeah, I talk to them and then walk away. That doesn't address concerns. I don't know how many land redesignations I voted against just because the adjacent landowners come in and said they didn't like it, they didn't want it, it'd be too disruptive, can go back on the record, and council defeated a lot of redesignations because the local landowners were not happy. And Ben can probably think of lots too. And Ben's exactly right. It wasn't Mother's Day, Ben, it was Easter Sunday. They went and drilled a gas well in Marefield. Then we come and next council meeting, we got our fingers slapped, which we probably had it coming because every oil and gas well in the county development is approved by the government and we don't even see it. We've objected to a couple over the years just because of setbacks, and no, that didn't really count. Well, there's a big pile of dirt in the road ditch, well, they made them go and grade the ditch down. It's not acceptable to me still, but they at least went down and fixed it up some. And the livestock, intensive livestock operations. The counties that were having trouble approving them, they went and the government approves them, but they approve them. You get a note in the mail saying, we approved this. Not here. You have no choice but to approve it and make your neighbors happy. So we don't get to do anything here but approve it and make our ratepayers unhappy. They're going to do it, then wear the whole thing. Make the ratepayers happy, and if they can't, well, it was your decision. The ratepayers aren't going to come back on me and say, you approved this. I didn't want it, but you approved it because you had to. Well, if I had to, then go the extra step, same as intensive livestock, same as oil and gas, and approve it and let them put the hole in the ground. Don't approve it and then tell us to approve it, because that's what they're doing. And I don't like it. I'm not particularly against solar panels. I don't care if it costs them 3 times more than what they get out of it. That's their business. What I'm against is using me as a vote to clear it with the neighbors here and a vote that I can't vote no in. So I have a hard time voting against my principles. Oh, it costs $500,000. That's quite a statement. I can't support it.
So just going along that same line of logic, in order to, and administration will have to clarify this because we haven't had any intensive livestock operations, I don't think, commence in the county. But if we were to create a separate land use bylaw district say for intensive livestock operations, then we would have to do the exact same thing, and we would still be bound by section 6192, where it says council must approve the application, provided it complies with the NRCB. We would be doing exactly the same thing. The only reason that this redesignation application is being considered by us is because we created the district. We created the district with good intent, and council can correct me, did everybody read section 619 when we created the energy district? Because I did not. Full disclosure, I will admit that. I did not attend to section 619 when we passed the energy district. That's on me as a municipal decision maker here when we created the energy district. We created the situation, I think I have the old one here. We created the necessity for this situation. When we created the energy district. So it's not the province putting it on us to rubber stamp it. The development permit's another, well, no, that is still a legislative requirement in this case that yes, could be construed that way, that we did not create.
I think the intensive livestock thing, they could put it anywhere in the county. Then the counties were asked to set aside lands where they thought would be appropriate for intensive livestock. And some counties said their whole county is not good for intensive livestock, and that wasn't good enough. They can something for the board to consider, but not necessarily adhere to. You have to have reasons why the livestock feedlot would not be appropriate there. And one other little thing that always kinds of I'm always been proud of. If we were in a large city, council would sit down and zone the whole city. This is where our houses go. This is where our factories go. We don't care what you landowners think there, but we're going to put a highway there, and they divvy up the land. In the county, we don't do that. We've always taken time to listen to our ratepayers, listen to the neighbors, and see what they want, where and there and over there. We tried that. We did that with the West Highway 1 area structure plan, and we did that at great lengths and a lot of community participation, and that's where it is, sitting there ready to go. Okay? But when people come and ask for something, we do a public hearing and let the people in that area decide if they want it there. We're not prescriptive. Why doesn't the city, using all this power, say, yes, we can use this quarter section right here. We don't need a substation because the houses are right there. Why don't they put it in right there? Or on everybody's roof, like Ben suggests.
I've voted against public multiple times sitting on council. I've voted against many of you councilors, but I've never voted against my personal beliefs, whether my personal beliefs are with the majority of the public or against. I was elected based on my principles, and I agree with Ben, Glenn, and Tom that this is wrong, and my principles are worth $500,000. My principles are the only thing I need to vote against this. And if you're not willing to vote your principles, to me, that goes against everything a politician should stand for. And just for that reason alone, and that is the only reason I need, is my principles, is to vote against this. And you've made great points, Amber. I fully agree with everything you've said, but it goes against my principles.
So if you can just elaborate for me on how following the MGA and approving this.
It's the
No,
back door.
I'm not done my question. How it goes against your principles.
My principles of bringing the power, decision-making power to the people and having overarching bodies of unelected bureaucrats making decisions on behalf of me as an elected official is wrong. I disagree with that, and that principle alone is worth going and fighting and losing against the Municipal Governance Board.
And to me, that's not where the fight is. To me, that is
and-
a useless expenditure of money.
Oh, I know, and I fully hope to fight the province as well, but I can't just vote for it because we're gonna lose that battle. That goes
But
against.
in essence, so I think what I'm really I see what you're saying, and there is a lot of validity to that. Where I'm struggling is we created this entire process by creating an energy district and creating the necessity for this redesignation. I'm not sure if staff has pulled it up. I can't find my note where, I believe it was a permitted use under Ag General. And I don't believe we have anything about intensive livestock operations. I think they're just under an agricultural use. I took a really quick look at the
Just
land
for
use bylaw.
clarification, I think it was the micro was permitted and the large, anything over.
So it still wouldn't require redesignation though.
No,
So
it
we
would-
would have the DP that council may, you actually, I think are right. It might have been discretionary. So prior to creating this, we would still have the discussion at the development permit stage. We have, I think, also extremely limited authority or jurisdiction at the development permit stage. I think we should explore what that is to the fullest extent. But we created the necessity for this question that is absolutely, we cannot oppose the AUC decision. Like, it will get overturned under section 619.
So, I apologize for being a one-trick pony. I just need this explained to me. Has AUC fully considered public interest? And can I ask that question? Can we ask that question of AUC?
Yes, but not through the MGB. That will not get even, the MGB will not entertain a discussion on that. The MGB will have one job, and this is all the MGB under 6197. The MGB, in hearing an appeal under subsection 6, may only hear matters relating to whether the proposed statutory plan or land use bylaw amendment is consistent with the license permit approval or other authorization granted under subsection 1. What is our legal team or our administration team they're going to go to this appeal? The MGB is going to say, please demonstrate how the proposed land use bylaw amendment, which is, I'm just pulling out what we're considering, is inconsistent with the commission's decision. And our administrative team, I cannot provide our administrative team a single argument in how it's inconsistent. So they'll say, it's not, but, and the MGB will say, no, but, we are only considering this. They will shut it down. They will rubber stamp the appeal, and they will proceed with the development.
I understand. I understand, I fully agree with where we're at. We're in a...
You run for provincial politics, and you amend the MGA, and you work with changing the legislative framework that the AUC makes decisions under. That's how you change the public good.
AUC, in my opinion, and probably the opinion of everybody on council, and I'm going to speak for it, that they have not considered. So how is that?
They have.
No,
They've
haven't.
made it. They have. That was considered in that ruling.
No,
To change that, you will need to create provincial change.
Through the chair, I agree with everything you're saying, Amber. And you, as a council, you're not supposed to vote against your own policies. I agree with that. My problem is, if the AUC has that power, if they have done everything that they're supposed to do, and we have an energy district that we have set up, And the AUC has done everything that the government has given them power to do, because we sit at the privilege of the government. They can come in here and tell us to leave this office tomorrow if they want. There isn't a damn thing we can do about it, because we sit at their privilege. If that's the way this works, and the AUC has done absolutely everything to follow the legislation that's put down in our energy district, then bring us a development permit that we can look at and make decisions on how they develop that site, what they do with the waste, the water, what they do with the plants, what they do. Don't ask me to redesignate something that I have no control over. That's what they're doing. They're saying, we've decided that this is how it's gonna work, this is where it's gonna go, we followed all the rules the government have given us, and we take precedent over you, so you must make it happen. We make the development happen, but we don't have to do the redesignation. That should already be looked after. If it's in our energy district and that's the way it is, then that's the way it is. But don't ask me to do an amendment to cover what's already in place and we have no authority over. Don't bring it to me. Bring me the development permit that I have some authority over, that they can appeal if they think the conditions are too gross or too intrusive to their development. Fine, let them go through that process. But don't ask me to make a decision on something that I have absolutely no control over, and I have no alternative but to do what they want.
But it's not they that did that, it's us. When we created the energy
We
district.
created the district. If they meet all the qualifications for that district, and the EUC has done all of their work, we shouldn't be dealing with this as a redesignation.
But
it should have happened. It should be automatic.
so in the MGA in section 619, they have said that is not the case. They have said that the NRCB, the AER, the AUC, there's another acronym I'm missing, can override us and put any development that falls under cross-jurisdictional,
So come and override me. So far
responsibility.
they haven't. If I vote
They
against it,
have,
then-
by
then-
section 619. They totally have.
We're going in circles.
Yeah.
I am just checking one thing.
It
Just one second.
doesn't make sense to me, but.
I want to speak about the energy district. We put a lot of time and effort into that to mitigate these problems. There was a lot of reports that came in. There was a lot of stuff, and there's a reason we did that. Now we're, you know, and what Ben is saying, we put something in place and we're asking us to vote against something that we worked on with public input. Doesn't make sense to me. And then we're asked to.
We're not voting, we're voting, our land use bylaw has different setbacks than what AUC said.
Yeah.
I was in favor of our land use. I would support our land use, but AUC is overriding our land use. That's,
So I do have to just draw council's attention to one thing. When we're talking about principles, I'm assuming that when you signed your code of conduct and affirmed to this at our organizational meeting in the fall again, and we've done it every year we've been on council, and we were aware of this code of conduct when we ran for council, that under general conduct, at all times, councillors and members shall, H, 4.1H, inform themselves and strictly adhere to the provisions of the Act. If you look at the definition of the Act, it's the MGA, and other applicable legislation, including but not limited to. We did not do that.
then you're more than welcome to censor me after this.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that you agreed to strictly adhere by the MGA, which includes subsection 619. And trust me, I have looked for a loophole around this. I cannot find a loophole. I spent days reading like pages of court transcripts trying to find a loophole. The only loophole is to change the legislation we're compelled to abide by. And almost guaranteed if I go into the MGA, this part of the code of conduct also comes from the MGA, which we sit under.
So what about Mistaka? When they came out, didn't the government hire, wasn't that hired through the government? So they're not following their own.
Well, like I said, we didn't take in account of potential irrigated land. We only took account of agriculture lands being used for irrigation, which was a mistake.
Gotcha. Covered that already.
But I will move to call the question.
I think there's no debate. If there's a call the question. Is any counselor opposed?
Call the question.
That's not a motion.
I do think we have to vote on it.
It is a
No,
motion.
you don't.
Yes,
Procedure
Yeah,
bylaw.
Brian from administration, yes, you do have to vote on call the
Because
question.
else somebody could just end debate by doing that
Yeah.
halfway through, so there's rationale for it.
Okay.
But you cannot debate that motion, as I understand it. Is any counselor opposed to calling the question? Motion is carried.
So now you call the question.
Is anyone opposed to granting second reading?
Yes.
The motion on the floor?
Well, it's recorded vote, so you might as well just go through roll call anyway.
For sure. Okay. As much as it pains me, and I will preface this with, I absolutely agree with all of the, or much of the debate that has happened today. I am taking this vote through RMA to the province for our ag land to be considered, for municipal autonomy to be considered. And that should expand beyond renewable energy, but that's another conversation for another day. Reeve Link is in favor. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
After hearing everything here and listening and wondering why I get elected sometimes, and this is one of these times where you're painted into a corner on something, you're trying to do the right for people, I'm gonna oppose it.
Councillor Wilson.
Opposed.
Councillor Bigger.
Opposed.
Councillor Reichert.
My vote, and this is on me because I did not read, I was negligent. Whether or not I get censored for this, I was negligent in not reading section 119 of the MGA. I vote opposed.
Councillor Kester.
Opposed.
Councillor Armstrong.
I will vote in opposition to it, and it's not because I didn't read section 169. There's a lot of sections I didn't read that I maybe should have over the years, or I have and I forgot I've read them. But it's the process that they're forcing us to go through. They're making us, and it has to go back to the province somehow. And the only way you can get that back to them is through, if you agree to it, it never goes to them. So anyways, I'm opposed.
Motion is defeated.
I'm frustrated.
I wish.
I'm frustrated.
I'm also
I just gotta
extremely
say-
frustrated.
Fantastic discussion, debate. That is what we're here for, is for that. And, absolutely.
And Ben, I completely agree with you about the process. My only rationale, and I'm going to apologize to my ratepayers because I wish in good conscience I could have voted opposed to this. I can't in my good conscience, by being a municipal councillor, having agreed to abide by our own code of conduct, by the MGA, I could not, in good conscience, not vote in favor of approving this. I will do everything in my power to fight this through different avenues. I just don't see value in going before the MGB, having them rubber stamp the appeal, and the whole thing going forward anyways. So, anyways, we're gonna move on. We have another, just checking, not a public hearing, bylaw 2020-16.
Good morning, council. On page 62 of your agenda package, you have road closure bylaw 2016. So this is
Not my voting.
request for second and third reading of the road closure bylaw 2016. So the location is just north and west of Carsland. It's a road closure that was proposed. The first reading public hearing came in early 2020 here. It's for a section of roadway that is to be closed and consolidated with the adjacent title. This went to Ministry of Transportation after the public hearing and has received approval through them. So this is for second and third reading to finalize the bylaw.
Just a question, Mike. Go back to that picture, whoever's running that control. On that one, how come that little piece wasn't part of it?
This little piece, just to the east of the blue, basically to continue legal access to this parcel here. You see that this portion of road allowance here has been closed already in the past, so we need to maintain legal access to all parcels of land. That's why that little stub is left out of it.
Thank you.
Yep.
No further questions. I'd like to give grant second reading of bylaw 2020-16 for the closure and disposal of the applicant. The adjacent owners of a portion of undeveloped road plan 8459Q lying within Northeast 72226-4.
Motion on the floor, council discussion. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried.
I'll move third reading.
Councillor Wilson has moved third reading. Any council discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried.
God, if they weren't always
Thanks,
that
Mike.
easy, eh?
We will move to 2.14, bylaw 2020-40.
Good morning again, Council. Megan Williams here to present first reading of bylaw 2020-40. This one starts on page 67 of Council's package. The subject parcel is 17.77 acres in size and is located south of Highway 1 with access to Range Road 254. Location plan is on page 70. Swoosh down there for you guys. The application is to redesignate the whole parcel from agricultural general to industrial general district in order to facilitate a subdivision of a plus or minus 1.7 acre parcel, as well as a development permit for an RV storage lot. Staff has circulated the application to external agencies and to internal departments. Alberta Community and Development voiced concerns regarding the wetland along the northern edge of the property, but staff had already previously discussed the wetland with the applicant and had referenced a municipal setback of 30 meters from any water body. To avoid complications, the applicant took into consideration that 30-meter setback when making their proposal. Alberta Community and Development was satisfied with this setback. Internally, the Agriculture and Environment Department requested information regarding the stormwater management plan. Planning staff replied that a stormwater management plan had not been considered as the development is existing and there have been no recorded instances of flooding. Developer is proposing to redesignate the parcel to industrial general in order to facilitate the development permit for an RV storage lot. This development was granted a secondary use business development permit in 2006. This permit expired in 2009 and the use is no longer permitted within the agricultural general district. If the redesignation is approved, the developer will also apply for a 1.7 acre subdivision. This subdivision will host an outdoor storage development, which also needs a development permit. Preliminary review determined the proposed development generally aligns with the relevant policies, practices, and legislation. A more thorough review will be completed for the public hearing. Staff recommendations are back up at page 67. Staff is recommending the council grant first reading to bylaw 2020-40 as the proposal generally supports the strategies, objectives, and policies within the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, Regional Growth Management Strategy, and the Municipal Development Plan. Staff is also recommending the public hearing be scheduled for February 16th. That does conclude my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Megan. Any questions? Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed?
I'm sorry, who moved the first reading?
Councillor Eichert.
Thank you.
Hearing no opposition, motion is carried.
I'll move the public hearing be held or be scheduled for bylaw 2020-40 for February 16th, 2021.
Any discussion? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to bylaw 2020-41.
Good morning again. Megan Williams back to present first reading of bylaw 2020-41. This one starts on page 77 of council's package. The subject parcel is 37.54 acres in size and is located east of the Range Road 261 and Township Road 244 intersection. Access is from Township Road 244. The location plan is on page 80, and I'll just scooch down there for you guys. The applicant is requesting the redesignation of plus or minus 0.67 acres of the northeast 23, 24, 26 west of the 4th from agricultural general to country residential in order to facilitate a boundary adjustment and development of a workshop. Staff has circulated the application to external agencies and internally. WAD noted that a crossing agreement would be required for the access road that will cross the canal to access the shop. No other comments have been received to date. The parcel previously underwent a redesignation and subdivision in 2017 and 18 in order to create separate titles for the residential development and the agricultural lands. Since endorsement, the applicant has found the area intended for a shop is too wet due to the seepage from the WID canal. The applicant wishes to include an additional 0.67 acres into the residential parcel. In order to facilitate this, a redesignation to country residential is required. The preliminary review determined the proposed development generally aligns, the proposed redesignation generally aligns with the relevant policies, practices, and legislation. A more thorough review will be completed for the public hearing. Staff recommendations are on page 77. And staff is recommending that council grants first reading for bylaw 2020-41 as the proposal supports the strategies, objectives, and policies within the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, Regional Growth Management Strategy, and the Municipal Development Plan. Staff is also recommending that the public hearing be scheduled for February 16th. That concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. Any questions?
I'll move that council grant first reading of bylaw 2020-41.
Councillor Wilson has moved first reading. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried.
I'll move the public hearing for 2020-41 for February 16th, 21 at 9 a.m.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to bylaw 2020-42.
Hello again, council members. Graham Allison here presenting bylaw 2020-42 to redesignate plus or minus 14 acres from agricultural general district to country residential district within southeast 22325 west of the 4th Meridian for the purpose of facilitating a future subdivision. The subject parcel, as seen on the location plan on page 89 of your agenda package, is located just off Range Road 251. Staff have circulated the application to internal and external agencies and will circulate adjacent landowners within a 1 mile radius prior to a public hearing. This application would redesignate plus or minus 14 acres within a 156.43 acre parcel described as southeast 22325 west of the 4th Meridian from agricultural general district to country residential district to facilitate a future subdivision, which will create 3 parcels, each measuring 4.7 acres. The subject parcels are currently cropland. The applicants plan to construct a dwelling on one of the parcels that will be serviced by a private well and septic system. There are currently no plans for the other proposed parcels. The proposal generally aligns with the strategies, objectives, and policies within the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, the Regional Growth Management Strategy, the Municipal Development Plan, and will bring the parcel into better alignment with the land use bylaw. Administration is recommending that council grant first reading of bylaw 2020-42 and schedule a public hearing on February 16th. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any questions?
If
Councilor
there are no
Bushes?
questions, I'll move that council grant first reading of bylaw 2020-42.
Whether there's questions or not, you can move it.
Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried.
I'll move the public hearing, be scheduled for February 16th, 2021 at 9 a.m. at the council chambers.
Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 2.31. So administration circulated an amended resolution regarding personal cannabis production for medical use. There's just some very minor edits that were done based on feedback from the RMA District 2 Central Resolution Committee. Basically, the feedback was an overall appreciation for the resolution. There was some good validation from other municipalities in the district. Particularly Mountain View has really experienced some significant issues about this. They actually had, I believe, a murder affiliated with medical cannabis for personal use site, as well as just substantial, I think, land use planning issues surrounding it as well. So they were very grateful that we were bringing this forward to RMA. Other municipalities indicated they didn't necessarily have direct experience with this, but they were sympathetic to the municipalities that do deal with it. It was very minor feedback. They preferred to see, and I believe we had it in the white paper, the reference explicitly to medical use of the personal cannabis. They wanted that clarified, that this was not just for the 4 plants and that type of thing, but that we're looking at where the scale can increase for medical use. They also just indicated if we could truncate the whereas clauses, just simplify. GM Boscariel and I chatted, we're trying to balance kind of clarity with brevity. So we don't want to lose any sort of key information in the whereases, but we do want it brief because the committee indicated that does increase our odds of it passing. So you'll see the edits. If no, I just wanted council to basically have a resolution on the books approving the amended resolution so that it's formally approved by council. Does anybody have any questions? Perhaps a motion to approve the amended resolution. Unless, I should ask, do you have anything you would like to add to that?
Nothing
My
further.
apologies. Okay.
So moved.
Councillor Armstrong has moved. Any discussion?
9.
Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. My report was included in the package. It's actually not a lot I'm going to highlight. Yes, that was one of the few things, there's a couple things I'm going to highlight. So I circulated the press release that will have just gone out at 11 a.m. to council. Greg Clark has been selected as the new independent board chair for the CMRB. So there will be a transition period over the next couple of months as we complete the growth plan. We have a March 1st deadline for the growth and servicing plans to go to the province. And so our current chair, Chris Sheard, will stay on until March 1st to assist with the transition, and then Greg will be taking it from there. I've met him. He's a former leader of the Alberta Party. I've met him not in relation to this interview. We did do extensive interviews. We also had hired a firm to assist with the hiring. Very committed, very committed to the region, the success of the Calgary region, came in eyes wide open to the complexities of the board and was still willing to sit as chair, so that's always good. Also has some proactive ideas around like facilitating good governance of the board as well, things like that. So I was really happy, and there was consensus amongst the entire hiring committee, so I was really happy. We had extremely strong applicants, like lawyers with MBAs and like incredibly high level qualified candidates.
Pay well.
It does pay well, but to that, they did, so the previous board chair, there is a payment structure, but we did put a cap on it, so at least we do know, we have a little bit more, there's less risk in pay for that position, so some good change with that. Well, of course, the board chair, that's not at all within his jurisdiction.
Yeah, but he's gonna have some friends up in the higher place.
Yeah, I didn't bridge that. I didn't feel it was appropriate to bridge that during the interview or the onboarding process. But I will share that I am continuing advocacy efforts on that front with the province. We had a meeting with the Minister of Municipal Affairs that had been scheduled for yesterday, and that has been postponed.
Why would that be?
We will work with the administration team and myself to reschedule that as soon as they permit. We did discuss the possibility of meeting with the interim Minister McIver, but we felt that that may have limited effect because of the interim nature. We don't know the length of time that he'll serve as interim. That being said, I still do plan to discuss it with him more informally, and then we will try and schedule a formal meeting with the new minister as soon as they are put into place.
It'll last as long as he doesn't go on holiday.
Well, I just commenting, at some point in time, we as a council are gonna have to address the fact, are we wasting our time
Totally.
and now might be as good a time as any to
So-
just say, to walk away from this thing and say, we're not a player. Why are we even pretending we are a player? And maybe we'll get some press. And maybe some of our neighbors will sit down and figure out why they're there.
So a couple thoughts on that. I agree with you, and you know I took that to the Growth Management Board Rural Caucus and got a little bit of traction actually, but we did want to give a little bit more time. So the key thing, so for us, we absolutely should not be at that table. There is no transportation plan in the 30-year window. Sorry, you guys know the transportation plans better than I do. I have reviewed them. No major significant transportation plans coming east of Calgary past Chestermere in the 30-year window. Possibly 50-year, I'm not sure. Well, no, 50-year I think we do get in, possibly. The entire growth plan is based on a transit-oriented design, which points to also the necessity of us not being involved in the growth plan. A lot of the development pressures they are not even actually being dealt with in the growth plan, and I was talking to administration about this, because I've been looking at the Edmonton growth plan and how it addressed things and how fulsome it was. I personally feel, and I raised this at the CMRB meeting, a lot of the work that we should have done and should be in the growth plan that we're taking to the province is not even going to be done. It's going to be addressed in the future through sub-regional planning, through joint planning, JPAs, joint planning areas. We don't have a joint planning area that includes Wheatland County. All of the other municipalities in the CMRB, except for Strathmore, do have joint planning areas where they are expected to collaborate on a sub-regional basis going forward. There's a couple other points. The JPAs to me is the key thing. Another thing is I did find precedent. So the Edmonton Metro Region borders did change, and I believe Lamont County was taken out of the Edmonton Metro Region Board historically, and they made it so that only the municipalities, the rural municipalities that had contiguous borders with Edmonton were included, and the large urbans within those. So all of this I'm going to be pitching at any opportunity that I have. I've been pitching it, we've presented it to our MLAs previously, but I've been trying to put that in front of them as well. I will absolutely argue that with the interim minister if I have the opportunity, and the new minister.
And I'm so thankful that you're making.
So in terms of not going.
Would be better made if you made them outside of them, just the amount of money we can save I mean,
Write a letter, write an article.
yeah, the amount of money we can save by not having staff have to go to tag meetings and all this other stuff, and not saying, I mean, we're trying to cut this down and cut this down, but
So there is a risk there, and I'll let administration speak to that. So for us attending, there's minimal cost because the majority of our, Scott and my per diems are reimbursed by the CMRB, which still a cost, the taxpayer's still paying that. So fully recognizing that. I am going to ask the Rural Caucus again, what the Rural Caucus I think would like to do. So I was talking about what's best for us. What's best for us is for the membership to change. It makes no sense for us to be there. We've presented a solution where Strathmore could be tied in through a right-of-way, and that is not our business, whether they're in or out. I think we have a strong case for our membership to be excluded. What I'm also conscious of is that the rural voice is important at the table, because I think the odds of seeing the growth boards be dissolved is very low. Whereas I think there is a strong argument, I think, to continue a formalized regional planning process. And that will still, I know our rural neighbors will continue to advocate for that to be dissolved. The next best thing to that is changing the voting structure, because that's fundamentally the issue at that growth plan, is that you have one municipality that is now, as much as we saw our autonomy being stripped by Section 619, the growth boards are a far bigger stripping of our municipal autonomy, where you have one municipality who is now controlling development in the other 9 municipalities in the Calgary region. So I would like to support our rural neighbors in advocating for a change to the voting structure, as long as we're in the growth board. And then kind of how I perceived it is, if there is no chance that the voting structure is going to change, that's when I think it makes no sense for us, like where it would definitely make sense to limit your involvement. The only counter argument to that is, and we saw this at the workshop on Friday, is feedback that is being provided. And I would say 80% of the discussion resolved more around rural issues, because it's negatively impacting rural municipalities. I could be wrong on the estimate. 80% of the discussion at our working workshop on Friday revolved around consequences of growth plan policy on rural municipalities, negative consequences. And the consultant that is writing the policy was quite amenable to redrafting, editing policy in ways that were less negatively impactful to rural municipalities. And I was making some of the arguments at that workshop. If I'm not there, if the arguments don't get made, the policy doesn't change, we have 2 months until this growth plan is due. I would like to be at that table, even though Calgary can sit there and throw the gavel down and override anything I propose or anything the consultant agrees to integrate in. I would still like to be there, at least for that limited time, to argue that. And I would like council support to do that. After that, if we're not excluded, I 100% agree with you. We have to take a good hard look at return on investment. If there's not demonstrable return on investment, there is no rationale for us being there. My rationale right now is to defend us to the best of my ability.
I will be bringing a motion forward as
In 2 months?
in 2 months.
Totally fair. And I think I will likely support it. I'm curious what direction it will go in. I'm worried about scope creep with the board. We don't need to get into all that. I would like to continue arguing for at least 2 months.
Okay.
Hopefully we actually get a growth plan. I'm not confident we even have a servicing plan, but that's another topic. The only other thing I wanted to share from that meeting is there was a lot of discussion. It kept coming around, this was at our last growth board meeting, about how we're wasting time with municipalities continuing to not want to be there. No municipalities had raised that during that meeting. And I did include the update that was provided on governance, because there was a certain municipality that repeatedly was mentioning that we needed to get down to the work of the growth plan in these meetings. Why aren't we doing that? So the reason I included that update for you guys was to demonstrate that was the only work on the growth plan that was presented at that meeting. And you can see how high level that was and how little growth plan work was presented to the board in that meeting. So this board is extremely frustrating. And I guess in reference to our staff, and Matt would be able to speak to this more, and I think Megan is, and we have a number of people from our team that have been involved, is a lot of that work is being done in TAG, and it is important work at this point, I think. Like, I'm at some of the, obviously the TAG stuff, I'm not privy to everything that happens there. So much of the actual important content of the growth plan is not happening by board members, and rightfully so, because we're not planning experts, but it's happening through our staff commitment and work on that. So I don't know your thoughts on that.
Just through the Reef to Council, administration and staff are working, I would estimate, my time, including the average 3 to 4 meetings every other week. And TAG, we're working probably 10 to 15 hours spent on this, my time. Notwithstanding the fact that we do have a growth plan coming forward in March, it is important if we're at the table in order to have a rural voice, critique some policy coming forward, provide our input for the time being, so long as we're part of the membership. And it is important substantial work to contribute to that growth plan. However, administration looks forward to seeing the outcomes in March or potentially April, when they kind of piecemeal release the policies. And at that time, we'll have a review and contribute to the overall completion of the plan.
So just so that council understands, the expectations of staff in the next 2 months are outrageous. Like, the timeline that is being presented to both the TAG and the board is ridiculous.
Which
like,
was asked
it
to
is
be-
absolutely ridiculous.
And we asked for an extension from the
Yeah,
minister.
we got
that's no
half
longer
of the extension.
Minister anymore, and it was declined, so.
The city of Calgary's got 15 or 20 people working.
Well, that's just it. You're at the
Well, and that's
meeting,
the
and they've got a whole.
challenge. We're trying to do the best that we can. It's going to be taxing on Scott and I as well. We have like, they've doubled the number of board meetings at least, plus they're throwing in a number of these workshops or working meetings. So it's going to be time intense for a couple of months, but I will say the initial draft policy is devastating to rural municipalities. It sterilizes development in rural municipalities outside of hamlets and the JPAs. It absolutely sterilizes us. So
Well, I'm glad you're
there
still
is
at the table.
work, sorry?
I say, I'm glad you're still at the table and still allowed as part of the full discussion and on the committees, because we are the only municipality that's only portionately involved in it. And they're still giving us the right to full.
And the only municipality, I think our main rationale is we don't have a contiguous border with the city. It makes sense for them to focus the growth board on where they anticipate significant growth, and that does not include us. So there's a strong rationale. We will keep arguing. Scott argues too. We are both doing absolutely everything that we can to collaborate with our rural neighbors, make sure that rural perspective is heard, and that we're considered in the growth plan. Because and the problem with this policy is, just like MGA Section 619, the policy that's developed in this growth plan will be statutory, and all of our other statutory documents will need to align with that, including our MGB or our county, our MDP, thank you. The acronym was gone, and I've been deep in the MDP lately. Yes, our MDP will need to align. There will be some kind of time limit to align all of our documents, except for our ASPs, they are grandfathered. So. Anyways, enough about CMRB. It is very frustrating, let's put it that way. And I do want to commend our staff. Our staff have been doing a phenomenal job on doing what they can to make sure that that rural lens is applied to the policy and all of the documents and everything that they're working on, as well as collaborating with our other rural neighbors. We have developed such a good network of teamwork, and I think Matt would attest to this, with our other rural municipalities that we sit on the board with. So I'm grateful to our staff team for that.
And I'll say something too. Some of the urbans are coming around too. Like this unrealistic timeline is not just pressure on us. Some of the bigger centers are feeling it too.
Yeah.
And pushing back, so, and you kind of see an alignment there.
And
An
they are
ally
equally
possibly.
frustrated.
Yeah, so. But yeah, I totally support if you bring back a motion in that timeline. I'd have a hard press not to support it.
Excellent. The only other thing I'm going to follow up from my report is I did follow through on the resolution to have a discussion with Mayor Fuel, and we can address it when the proposed correspondence comes up. But I did have a conversation with Mayor Fuel around more or less just what we discussed in council that day regarding looking at cost sharing of services in a more fulsome context of all of the infrastructure and all of the services that might be utilized by ratepayers in different municipalities. We went down a couple of rabbit holes with that. I did let Mayor Fuel know that I'm really trying to base my position on this on best practices, and I liked that that was integrated into the letter. In terms of good governance from us and stewarding our tax dollars when looking at cost sharing agreements. Ultimately, Mayor Fuel did ask his council if they would be in favor of sending a joint letter to the minister, and their council at this point is not in favor of a joint response. Mayor Fuel indicated that there's a feeling of the two councils haven't been meeting or discussing this as of yet. I would counter that a little bit. I didn't get into it with Mayor Fuel, but we do have the Wheatland Regional Partnership meeting, which is a good opportunity to have those discussions with our regional, like our sub-regional neighbors. I think some of our councillors, I think Councillor Bigger and Councillor Eichert have been involved in a joint committee that is a really good established forum for looking at some of that cost sharing historically. So the conversations have happened. I think Scott and I met and when we reinstituted the CRISP funding for them. So obviously there's some forward looking conversations that need to happen and some work that needs to happen. So
The regional partnership meetings, it's never been put on the agenda by the
It was supposed to that one time, but they didn't
by
come.
the party that wants
yeah,
it
and then
on
it
there.
wasn't added at our last one.
He
So
didn't come to present, I guess, or something.
yeah, I don't know what happened with that one, but I had anticipated it being added and then it was not. So
Did he actually mention the regional board or recreation board?
it was just a very brief, it was actually a text and
I don't know
he was
where it's
just
at right now.
reiterating what they said. So that was more my thoughts, like looking at, we have had discussions with them and personally I'm very open to having these conversations. They just have to be done in the I don't like taking one service out of the context of all of our intermunicipal kind of partnerships and just looking solely at one in isolation. I prefer to do it in the context of infrastructure that we might fund, or it's a complex, obviously a complex consideration. But I did chat with Mayor Fuel, and I think it might be prudent just for us to, I think we have a Wheatland Regional Partnership meeting coming up, so that might be a good chance because then there are village services and infrastructure that are utilized in the villages as well by our ratepayers and their ratepayers in other places, and it's complex. So, but I did chat, we had a good conversation, and I think we can do some good work moving forward. That was it. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them, and I will move that my report be accepted as presented. Is anybody opposed? Is anybody hungry?
Yes.
I will move to recess the meeting until, is 12:45 enough time for everybody? Oh, we could, let's just come back at 1. That will be easier. And then we don't have to. So Councillor Custer will reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Okay, I'll sign off till then.
Thanks, Glenn. Have a good lunch. Good afternoon. We'll call the meeting back to order. We have a 1 o'clock appointment with Glenda Farndon, representative for the Stars Foundation. Good afternoon, Glenda.
Good afternoon. It's great to, I wish I could see all of you in person, but this is the next best thing, and at least we have this great opportunity to keep your council well informed. So very much appreciate that. So I take it that everyone has the presentation that you can follow along?
You bet. It's included in our council package.
Awesome. Okay, well, first and foremost, we want to thank you for continuing to be our partners in saving lives. So we'll go to the next slide for the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 has changed all our lives. STARS is a physician-driven organization, and our number one priority is to protect and maintain unimpacted operations. STARS transport physicians are regarded as experts in the field of critical care, and the reasons why STARS was asked to participate in an international consortium to share learnings about COVID-19. We developed rigorous PPE and decontamination procedures along with buddy system oversight as an additional safeguard. We created an online portal system to assist rural healthcare professionals with airway management, ventilation, and resuscitation protocols. These are stressful times, and we continue to see a rise in stress-related types of missions like heart attack, stroke, drug overdose, and COVID-related. Approximately 13%, and it's been as high as 18% of STARS missions have been suspected or confirmed COVID cases. Next slide. During these challenging times, we recognize that our municipalities are facing countless hardships, which is magnified by the fact that there are many who rely upon you for help, including STARS. STARS is experiencing a significant decrease in funding in all areas, including government. Our 10-year affiliation agreement with Alberta Health Services has expired. This provided 20% government funding. In 2019, STARS received $9.2 million in government support from Alberta Health Services. While we still await the results of the recent Alberta Health Services HEMS review, they agreed to extend the agreement for funding for STARS until September of this year. So we anticipate a projected total of $7.3 million funding this year. STARS fundraising initiatives have all decreased. The 2020 STARS lottery did not sell out, and that reflected a $1.2 million revenue loss. The calendar campaign is down by more than half. Site registration revenue is considerably less with the uncertainty of the energy sector. With COVID-19 still looming around us, most of STARS fundraising events have all been canceled for the unforeseeable future. The STARS lottery is our single largest funding source, so we must move forward with the 2021 STARS lottery. It just recently launched about 10 days ago, and in its first week, the 2021 lottery is outperforming predictions. We are also seeing a rise in individual contributions now, and we are humbled that Albertans are continuing to stand by our side. Let's have a look on the expenditure side. We see an increase in aviation due to the demand of increasing missions, and we are still moving forward with pilot training for the new helicopters coming. Administration costs reflect a significant decrease, but we too suffered the heartache of having to downsize staff members across all 6 of our bases. We're truly grateful to our municipal partners like you, who represent an area of support for STARS that has remained unwavering and steadfast. You continue to be a lifeline for STARS. Next slide, please. Let's have an overview, a look at a 5-year overview. Overall, 2020 reflects increasing missions across the entire province. And so your statistics are reflecting that as well. These also include the critical interfacility transfers from the Strathmore Hospital, and also incidents where a patient from a scene call may have been delivered to the hospital by ground ambulance, but now require emergency transport to tertiary care. Aside from the May long weekend, which is the busiest weekend of the year for STARS, the majority of STARS missions occur during the months of September to March. So we are now in a busier season. And over a 5-year overview, on an average, you would see about 27 missions per year. So you can see that this last year, it's reflecting significantly more than 27 missions. And on an average of 27 missions, it represents around a $200,000 per year service value to your residents and area from STARS. That's where, you know, our partnership is just so vital. Next slide, please. The BK-117 Legacy Fleet has served STARS well for 35 years. But this new unified fleet will increase safety and significantly reduce costs. The H-145 is breakthrough technology. It has advanced avionics to reduce crew fatigue in back-to-back missions, as well as the unique tail allows for precise maneuverability, especially in tight landing situations. It also has fuel efficiency, speed, and range that will offer as much as an additional 30 minutes flight time. Currently, we have 3 operational from Calgary and Saskatoon, and the third one provides the backup, and we've started training flights. We just very recently received delivery of number 4 and 5, and a new 5-bladed system was announced, which will bring increased lift and load capacity. So number 6 and 7 are going to be the 5-bladed system as well, and we expect arrival sometime after March due to another COVID delay. All helicopters will be identically equipped. We look forward to the completion of the entire fleet by sometime in 2022. Next slide, please. On the fleet campaign, provincial and federal governments embraced the vision of a fleet of H-145s, and they provided funds for 7 of the 9 helicopters required in total. And then COVID-19 hit right in the middle of our capital campaign, but we must not lose sight of the vision. To date, an additional $14 million has been raised from individuals, corporate, and even municipalities, who in addition to operational support also pledged a fleet gift. There is still a market for the BK-117 Legacy fleet, but of course it will depend on the market value and the rate of the US dollar this year. We anticipate the sale of the previous fleet could generate possibly as much as half of the remaining $30 million campaign. Just very recently, we just confirmed 2 more municipal gifts, and so now it's brought us closer to approximately $14 million left remaining. Next slide, please. This is the interior of the medical interior of the new H-145. The combination of exceptional critical care expertise provided by the STARS crew and the most technologically advanced intensive care unit environment, along with blood on board, these all work together in concert with STARS transport positions to result in STARS being able to provide the highest level of emergency critical care available. Next slide, please. Now we're on the handheld portable ultrasound. Ultrasound is one of the most vital diagnostic tools, and previously we have had ultrasound, but it was a bulky device not easily transportable. This new handheld ultrasound is a game changer for trauma and heart patients, and through early detection, this valuable tool will help avoid fatal outcomes. And final slide, please. Together, we have saved countless lives. We thank you so much for your continuing to stand by our side in the fight for life. We appreciate very much the opportunity that we've had to work with you over the years. You're currently in a 4-year pledge through this year at a $2 per capita rate. Please disregard that we did not receive the 2020 support. I've already been in contact with Brian, and that has all been taken care of. So I just want to kindly ask for your council's consideration. Working with a lot of the councils now across the province, this is going to be an election year. We have seen in the past where sometimes there is quite a bit of changeover in councils, and it has caused us some strife until we have the opportunity to work with new councils and that they can understand and appreciate the impact of our partnership together. So I'm asking your council for your kind consideration to consider a standing motion, meaning that the $2 per capita rate would remain annually within your budgets, whether you include us in protective services or another area. Many councils are moving to this and have found that it is really alleviating a lot of strife for your administration as well as on our end, that we do not get lost or forgotten and that the partnership does continue and there is sustainability for STARS. So I very much appreciate your consideration to include us in your annual budgets at a $2 per capita rate on a standing motion. And that gives me the opportunity to continue to work with your council as we move forward, regardless if there may be any council changes. Thank you very much for your continued support.
Thank you, Glenda, for the presentation, and a huge thank you on behalf of the county for the service that STARS provides within Wheatland County and our region. I know it's a critical service for people, so we really appreciate the update. Glenda has asked council to consider a standing motion. I'm not sure if there's an appetite for council. We do have a resolution from 2018. Wilson moved approval that Wheatland County provide financial support to the Shock Trauma Air Rescue Society or Service Foundation at $2 per capita per year for a 3-year pledge, 2019, 2020, and 2021, and that was carried. Or any questions or comments for Glenda regarding STARS? So I think Glenda's distinguishing, we have a 3-year commitment that we made in 2018. I think some municipalities are moving to a standing motion where it's just like a long-term pledge with no time limit.
I'll make that motion.
At the $2 per capita that we're currently doing. There's a motion on the floor. Council discussion. It doesn't really tie future councils. They can always assess that when they're assessing budgets as well. But it does make it a little bit easier, I think, administratively if there is a continued commitment to not have to do new resolutions. Any other discussion or questions?
I would just like to personally thank you guys for everything you do.
Thank you very much.
That was Councillor Wilson. Glenda?
Thank you very much.
Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. And perhaps a motion to accept the presentation as information.
Also move.
Councillor Eichert has moved. Does anybody have any questions for Glenda? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Thanks so much, Glenda. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing each one of you again in person this next annual update.
We do too. Thanks, Glenda. Take care.
Thank you. You as well. Stay safe.
You too. Thank you. We'll move to 3.2, Deputy Reeves' report.
Thank you. My report is on page 111 in the package. Just everything else has been discussed except for WRC. So they are doing the budget scenarios that we had requested. The audit has went over and, we haven't got anything back at the board yet, but we have a board meeting on the 29th, or sorry, the 19th of 2021. I'll have an update after that. If there's no questions, I'll move my report as presented.
Just a question, and I've asked both you and Tom, this, but I'd like it on public record. I've just had a few comments about the ability to get into the new fill station. It hasn't been plowed when we had the big dump of snow, so I just want the board to be aware of that.
Any other questions or comments for Deputy Reeve Clausen? Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved to approve his report. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 3.4, Division 3 Councillor Report. Page 112 of the package.
So there's, I guess the only thing I'll highlight is, for economic development, I've listed the 3 kind of committees that we've done. I better find my report here. And, for the investment, the committee actually wanted me to bring forward the possibility of, us having staff, look into having a survey go out to ratepayers, like a 1-question easy, survey, asking them what price ranges they would be willing to pay for going forward for broadband. Broadband, we feel, is a fairly big part of the investment. One of the main hurdles that we could maybe do something about quite shortly. So this question that would go out would help us determine with homeschooling and with businesses online. We're wondering if what kind of range of the actual monies would be affordable for people, and if we could get some kind of answer back on that, if we could have staff look into that. So.
Dollar value, like, value there.
Consider this range, or would this be okay range? Are you willing to go this, giving them value ranges? Yeah.
Just a question to administration. With the broadband consultant that was hired, are they planning any engagement as part of their process? Because I think that was something we had talked about, kind of establishing need and that type of thing.
Reeve Lincoln Council, I can answer that. Yes, that was part of the proposal and part of the agreement with them. So we've already discussed going to the Economic Development Committee. We're actually discussing it right now and asking for feedback. However, part of the project manager is to have a process for engagement.
So we have a meeting next Monday. We could maybe talk about that then. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, so I don't think we need a motion because it was
okay.
already
No,
approved
that's
as
fine.
part of the scope of the work of that project.
Yep, that's
perfect.
For the business part of it, business and tourism development, we're going into hamlets and doing something like they did for Muirfield, kind of showcasing that area. So we'll be going to, let's say, Carsland and having like 4 or 5 people have a conversation and then have it on the WC website, and we can use it for advertising for other things. And I'd have like Ag Society involvement, some small businesses, some residents, highlighting the positive of things of the area and showcasing those areas. So we'll be doing that, hopefully to be completed by the end of March. And marketing committee, of course, we already talked about it. We were going to do focus on signage. Canadian Badlands, we are moving forward with phase 3, and With phase 3, we are actually involving all the tourism partners. And that would be Travel Alberta, Government of Alberta, Indigenous tourism, Calgary Tourism, all the tourism operators that we can. And we'll be going through with phase 3 to be hopefully completed by the end, to be completed by the end of February. So by March, we'll have a clear vision and a recommendation on which way to go forward for 2021. And if there's no other questions, I'll move my report be accepted as presented.
Any questions for Councillor Baker?
Just when you're talking about a price range for internet, I find it's a hard question to ask because number one, it should be user pay. And number two, a business is willing to pay a whole bunch more than a private resident.
But I think if that was in the survey, you know how you say, I'm a resident or I am a business? I think we need to know those things before we.
Or what about how much are you currently paying for service? 'Cause that I think
Yeah.
varies.
Well, this kind of what was coming out of it is, so like we were saying, the average probably would be not many would be over $100. But maybe some people are willing to pay $200, and maybe that's something that the county needs to know. And that's kind of what was coming out of the committee.
I think now people might want to pay more because they have, their business is paying for it, like, or their company is working from home, right?
So it would be like a list of residential, as a residential, what would you be willing to pay, or as a business? Because that range would be in there.
Yeah.
So I know the broadband consultant, and this was from work on the dark fiber project, but there's been some good best practices around surveying and that type of thing done. So I think they would definitely delineate out residential versus business and business rates can be not exorbitant, but they are a lot
But their usage is
higher.
more too.
Yes,
That's right.
exactly. And the key thing from my understanding with that is it's potential downtime. So businesses need to be up all the time. So you pay for redundancies to make sure that you have that consistency and reliability with service. So,
Like, for instance, for me at home, I had great internet service, but now because the kids are doing Zoom meetings, I'm doing Zoom meetings. Like, it's not anywhere near enough now, and I can't get it any faster.
Oh,
As fast as it will.
my calls drop all the time now.
So the quality's dropping.
and that's across, like, I know a number of Wheatland County rates. Yeah, it really is
It
across the
probably
board.
is,
Yeah, absolutely.
There's that too, yeah. Coronet kind of bought out our company and it's gone.
Lincoln Council, we may also need to consider a phased-in approach as well, where maybe industrial, businesses, residential, or of course will be a result of engagement, but also the industrial, as we understand, is a priority.
I think speaking to the Economic Development Board or the committees will help going forward. They'll feel more, that something is going, because I didn't have any information going forward. Yeah.
Maybe we could just get sort of an interim update on the broadband project, what's been done to date, and
We have actually sent that to CAO Henderson, and we can forward that to council as well.
so CAO Henderson, maybe that could be on our next agenda, just to do a follow-up on where we're at with that, and then Donna could either take that back, or if there is an opportunity to facilitate a meeting between the ECDEV board, committees, and the consultant, that might be a good opportunity.
That'd be good too. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
We will just pass a resolution. Do you want to just make a resolution to that, and then we just have it and we can, it formalizes
In
it?
those words, okay.
You would move to, direct administration to provide an interim report on the broadband project manager's progress to date, and to facilitate a meeting between the Economic Development Board and the consultant. If that works for you.
Also move that. Thank you.
Any questions or discussion? Is anybody opposed? Motion is carried. Any other questions? I think you put a motion on the, sorry, I should have dealt with that motion first. Move to approve the report. Are there any other questions or discussion? I want to thank you and the ECDEV board for all the work you guys are doing, and also the work that the chamber is doing. You guys are doing a phenomenal job connecting businesses, supporting them. I'm hearing really good things.
I guess I should have mentioned too, the awards are still going on. And I have a package, that I will email to, council. We don't have another council meeting, do we?
When's the closure? You're thinking for nomination?
No, it's for, they're asking for, support. They're looking for money. I have the package. I'll send it to you, and then by the end of council, I can ask for it to be, looked at. They're asking for we have, there's different packages. And it's, I'll bring it up. So they're looking for,
Sponsorship for
sponsorship, yeah. And you know, same as last year, you get your logo with, the virtual events that are gonna happen. So you actually go on what's that? Eventbrite, and then you pay for, it'll be $20 to go on to the virtual awards. And then on that, they'll have, if we sponsor, would be like Wheatland County would have their logo there. And, we would be listed as one of the sponsors. I have the package and I just forgot to send it out yesterday, I'm sorry. And then they would, also they're having it so you can get food delivered. Well, that wouldn't be us, but, there's other things in the package that explains more about the awards happening. And I think I did pass along that if you guys knew any of, county businesses that could be nominated. But actually, the county is doing very well in the nominations. It was, just about as high as Strathmore, so that's very good, yeah. So the county businesses are getting more involved in the chamber.
Yeah, they absolutely are.
So I'll send out that package. And,
would council consider, in addition to the agenda, perhaps we could just add it even under correspondence? Or like at the end of the agenda for consideration of support for the business awards? I'm just aware of the timing of the awards and that we don't have another council meeting until February. I believe the awards are.
They're at the end of January 29th.
We did provide some support last year, but off the top of my head, I don't remember how much. So.
Sponsorship this year was $500.
That's what we did last year?
No, this year.
Or that's what they're asking?
Yeah.
It could be, does council want to consider it now? John has provided the feedback, or the background context. So they've moved it to a virtual event this year. I think it's called Clam in Your Jams. Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah. Even lamer than I could come up with.
So they have approximately 70 nominations so far. And in all 13 categories, the county is involved in them. I just sent the package now.
Their request is 500?
500 with the sponsorship. I'd like to put a motion on the floor to.
Sorry, real quick, let's deal with your motion for your report first,
Okay.
and then you can do that. Yes, because I've already done this once. Anybody opposed to accepting Councillor Bigger's Division 3 report as presented? Motion is carried. Now go ahead.
So it is on January 29th from 7 to 8:30. It's Clam in Your Jam. The event sponsorship, there's 2 available. $500. The name and logo will be mentioned in all print, digital, on air media,
chamber website. Social media posts announcing will have our, be announced of the sponsorship commitments, thanking the business for the donation or for the sponsorship. And, get complimentary ad in the Newsy Neighbor. And a formal thank you and Strathmore Times, and 6 complimentary event tickets. They're doing these event tickets as a 50-50. So that those event tickets are $20. So, but for these 2 sponsorships, because it's money, it's a 50-50, the money would have to come back to the county. They're actually just going to exclude that from this sponsorship. So I'll put it on the floor that if the county would, if the council would consider doing an event sponsor of $500 to the Strathmore Wheatland Chamber of Commerce Business Excellence Awards.
Little friendly amendment just to approve that.
Or to approve that.
Financial support.
Thank you.
Councillor Bigger has moved. Any discussion? I think it's important, even though they're having to move the event virtually, to continue supporting. I know our local businesses, it is meaningful when they're recognized for their, like, some of the areas that they recognize, customer service and things like that. It is important to recognize that. And I absolutely will commend the chamber. They have had a very targeted focus on making Wheatland County businesses more aware of the chamber, aware of the benefits of being involved in the chamber, and they've been very proactive and very targeted to the county, and I think it's really important that we support that. So I absolutely support your motion. Any other discussion? Is anybody opposed? Motion is carried.
Thank you, and I apologize for it being late.
All right, we managed to deal with it.
Too close to Jason.
I'm going to apologize for missing Division 1, but we're going to go to our 1:30 appointment. If Alice Booth, Alice, are you on the line?
Oh, yes, I am.
Sorry.
Reeve Link, just as an FYI, Alice is going to be available for questions, and Tracy will be presenting an RFD. Thank you.
Wonderful. My apologies for the confusion. So we will move to our 1:30 appointment, 2.22. And please go ahead, Tracy.
Good afternoon, Council. Tracy from Corporate and Financial Services. Recently, the Strathmore Handybus Association contacted administration regarding that they become an additionally named insured, or ANI, under the county's insurance program. Currently, ANIs that fall under this program consist of community associations, community clubs, community halls, agriculture societies, a library society, fire associations, and WDEMSA. The ANIs renew at the same time as the county and pay for their insurance. RMA insurance requires a motion of council to add an organization to the ANI program. The Handy Bus had planned to provide a presentation to council today. However, that has been rescheduled. Please note that the motion will need to be amended so that council does not accept the association's presentation as information. Alice Booth, chair of the Handy Bus, is currently on the conference line if there are any questions that I am unable to answer. Are there any questions?
Any questions? The recommended motion is that council approves Strathmore Handy Bus request to join the County of Wheatland additional named insured program, with all insurance expenses being covered by the Handy Bus.
I have to make a disclosure too.
Oh, right.
Just for yourselves, council and the Reeve. My wife is now an employee of the Strathmore Handy Bus. Therefore, I will not be voting or commenting on any monetarily impacting the Handy Bus now or in the future. Clear. Thank you.
So Deputy Reeve Clausen is declaring a pecuniary interest with the Strathmore Handy Bus. we'll just be mindful of that. Councillor Armstrong is making the motion. Any discussion? I think the only potential financial impact from this, and administration can correct me, is if there were a claim that could reflect on our insurance, if I understand correctly.
That's correct. So in talking to RMA Insurance, there's pros and cons. So, of course, you may get a reduction because of the number of ANIs and the amount of property, but the con is that if the ANIs claim, then your prices may also go up. So, just in doing a little bit of research, RMA Insurance indicated that about 80% of their municipalities do offer the ANI program.
And RMA insurance is incredibly cost effective, which also has indirect benefits to the municipality because it lowers the cost for the service that the ANIs provide.
So under the ANI program, the vehicle insurance will be included. They have other options such as cyber, if they want to apply for that, but they pay for everything, but it is under our umbrella.
Any other questions? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Chair Booth, thank you for joining us today and being available for questions. And we look forward to hearing the presentation from the Handy Bus. Thanks so much for being here today.
Thank you.
We're going to circle back to 3.3 because, I'm sorry, no report? Okay. Then I don't feel so bad. We'll move to 3.5. Division 4 Council Report, page 114.
Your report is on your computer in front of you. My report for you guys. It's a very short report. I think everything's been covered, so if there are no questions, I'll move my report.
Any questions? Timely. Any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to Division 6 Councillor Report.
Reports on the server. If there's no questions, I'll move my report.
Any questions for Division 6? For Councillor Kester? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to Division 7 Council Report.
Thank you. It's in front of you. I have one request. Under Drumheller District Solid Waste, they appointed me chairman again for the rest of the year. I was looking to move that to somebody else as I'm not running in this next municipal election, and it's not the full year. But I would ask for council's indulgence as Scott, Deputy Reeve, as the alternate. I was gonna have him attend a few of the meetings, but as chairman, I can't really not attend the meetings. So I was gonna ask if council would, and I'd put it as a motion, if council would pay his per diem if he attended a couple of the meetings through the year. We have 6 a year, so a couple of them will get him online as to where we're at. So I'll put a motion on the floor to cover his per diem if he attends the board meeting.
I think it's good continuity planning. It's a big portfolio and probably a lot to understand, so I support that. Any other discussion? Is any councillor opposed?
Sorry to interrupt, just a question. Is this just for the 2021 term?
Yeah, yeah, because I won't be here after that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried.
Thank you. And the rest of my report is on the server in front of you. If there's any questions, I'll answer them. Otherwise, I'll move my report.
Any questions? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.1, Chief Administrative Officer. Sorry?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Council. Brian from Administration. So on page 117 of the council package is my monthly report. Not much to report, just kind of regular operational duties. So we're closed over the Christmas break. Any updates from previous council resolutions were updated on the resolution tracker. I'm slowly but surely kind of dwindling those down, which is nice. If there's any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Any questions for CAO Henderson? CAO Henderson, would you prefer two motions regarding the report and the tracker, or is it okay? Actually, I guess they're done as two separate ones. Motion to accept. Sorry, go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to mention two resolutions would be good.
Perfect. Motion to accept the CAO report as information.
So moved.
Councillor Wilson has moved. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. A resolution regarding the council resolution tracker to accept as information.
So moved.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved. Any discussion or questions regarding the tracker? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to the addition to the agenda, 4.12. Everybody should have received a copy of the Wheatland County 2021 Strategic Plan.
Yes, Council. So Brian from Administration again. So this was circulated to Council electronically yesterday at 10:06 in the morning. This document was compiled from a previous session that we held with Council back in October of 2020. Everything in this report is literally everything that we just discussed at that report, or at that session, sorry. Realistically, page 1 we took from the community profile. We updated the mission, vision, and values as discussed with Council. And then we kind of just have some of the key areas that we want to focus on. So those are in the 11-page document, so they kind of start on page 7. If there's any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Any questions regarding the strategic plan? I'll just reiterate previous comments. I really appreciate that this was done in-house and in a very fiscally efficient way, building on work that's already been done by council and strategic priorities that have been identified. So thank you to our Team Wheatland for doing that. I really appreciate it. Seems to very much align with priorities that this council has identified. Be looking for a motion to approve the strategic plan as well, unless there's.
So moved.
Any changes that council would like to see? You're making that motion, Councillor Wilson? Councillor Wilson has moved to approve the strategic plan. Last call for discussion.
I'm less hesitant as usual. Nothing. Yeah, well, something into.
My nose.
I love it too, like from on it, and okay, so we should recognize Councillor Wilson because I can't believe you didn't trademark it and you're not making money off this or something.
Good person.
The new mission statement that is presented, where innovation meets tradition, was created by Councillor Wilson. So, and I loved it from the very first moment that I heard it. So
3 years ago we got that.
Yeah, went downhill after that, eh? Yep.
I do love it though. I think it really, it encapsulates so much of what our priorities are, so good work.
Yeah.
Is any councillor opposed?
Clearly voted.
I don't think so. Motion is carried.
Yeah, so did I.
We don't want to change that because my people deserve better representation. That came out wrong.
We are going to move.
Deserve a lot better representation. There's no argument there.
We're going to move to 4.21, Corporate and Financial Services Report.
That could be on your campaign plan.
Might not work.
Good afternoon, Council. Tracy from Corporate and Financial Services. I'd like to present a few highlights from the report to Council. The nomination package for the October 18th election, along with many other resources, have been posted to our website, and administration is currently in the process of hiring a returning officer. This year, municipalities are required to name a returning officer and deputy returning officer through resolution. The IT support technician position has been filled and will start next Monday, January 18th. IT and finance are currently working together to create an automated process so that companies and residents can request tax certificates online. This will save considerable time for staff and create an efficiency in our current process. The tax certificate project also includes the ability for residents and companies to pay online. This is the first online payment gateway interface and is set for release on January 15th, along with the tax certificate fillable form. And there's an example of innovation for Wheatland County. Are there any questions?
Nobody's got their nomination package yet?
Thought about doing it on the weekend, but I was reading legal cases about renewable energy. Just a note too, so with the municipal election, I have heard that Municipal Affairs is considering potential amendments to procedures if public health measures are still a factor at that point. And as well, we just have to be aware that there will be a requirement to hold elections in each division, whereas historically that's not typically the case because there will be provincial, word is escaping me, referendum questions that people will be voting on during the municipal election process. So it will be more work for our administrative staff to facilitate those referendum questions in each division.
That's correct. So even if there is an acclamation in a division, we still have to hold the Senate and referendum question. Yeah, vote.
You know, will that not be incumbent upon whoever, if there's not an election to go, that'll be incumbent on them to get out there, because
Yeah, if nobody runs
probably
against
the referendum
Tom,
is
he's gotta get everybody out.
the referendum vote is probably the
Most important
the
thing
most
in our
important part of
lifetime.
this. election coming up in 2021. You know, I don't know how everybody personally feels about themselves being reelected, but it's not near as important as getting people involved in the referendum voting. Yeah, well, hopefully with this referendum that there'll be
Huge amounts of.
yeah, exactly, because this is important.
No, at this point, they're utilizing the voting mechanisms at the municipal elections, is my understanding.
That's correct.
And I would like to take this time right now to say that if we're using Dominion voting systems that we don't, just.
Duly noted. Thanks, Tom.
And no mail-in.
You just gotta fix it.
Just gonna remind everybody, I think, Ben, you have spoken without your mic, so if everybody just wants to turn your mics on and leave them on unless you're like me rustling papers, that's okay. Motion to accept the corporate and financial services report as information.
So moved, I'm still here.
Councillor Armstrong has moved. Your final opportunity to ask questions.
Is there a running tally on lot sales at Muirfield? Just my personal.
That'll be at that.
There's some information in the package.
Wait for community development.
I'm gonna call on a friend.
There is, what we can do is we can get that information and we can send that, an email to council with that information.
Thank you.
This month's sales are in Matt's report, and he can do a total too, I'm sure. Any other questions for corporate and financial services? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.22, municipal asset management.
Good afternoon, Council. Happy New Year.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year.
I'm Corey Adamson, Manager of IT Services. And firstly, before we jump in, I'd like to introduce Lauren Chorney. She's our new asset management specialist / project manager. She's been with us since November. Lauren carries a PEng in civil engineering and has 5 years of experience in asset management and 10 years experience in the industry. We're super excited to have Lauren on board. She's already hit the ground running. And she'll be helping with any questions around this presentation. You'll find the RFD on page 127 of the council package, and we're here today to request approval on 2 resolutions here. And we'll be, one is a bit wordy, so I guess it's basically due to the requirements of the grant application. So the first one is that council directs staff to apply for a grant opportunity from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Municipal Asset Management Program for the Wheatland County Bridge Asset Management Plan and Asset Management Plan Template Project. So further, that Wheatland County commits to conducting the following activities in its proposed project submitted to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Municipal Asset Management Program to advance our asset management program in training and education, Bridge Asset Management Plan and Asset Management Plan Template. And further, that Wheatland County commits $16,940 for this project as approved in the 2021 budget. And the second resolution is that council approves the proposed addition of an asset management policy to section 4 of the information and technology policies. So the first resolution is quite specific in requesting the approval for council support in maturing the asset management practice, and as it's stated in those areas, and therefore it allows us to proceed with a grant application submission that's being made available by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. So the FCM Asset Management Grant is open for applications starting January 19th of 2021 and will contribute up to 80% of the project costs up to a maximum of $50,000. So for us to achieve the maximum benefit, the county will need to show contributions of 20% of the actual project costs, which we estimate to be about $16,490, which will be primarily like labor costs for the asset management specialist, so Lauren, and staff cross-training for Harry, Kim, and whatnot. The cost amount is already included in our 2021 operational budget. And then the second resolution is requesting council approve to amend the IT policies by adopting the proposed new asset management policy, which is included on page 131. Let's scroll down there. This one here. And basically what that does is highlight asset management priorities and the governance of the program and help us set some high-level direction for administration. And so approving these resolutions will increase awareness of the importance of the asset management program and lay the foundation for implementing and maturing asset management practices across the organization. Just one quick addition, since we published this package, we wish to make a slight change in the asset management policy as listed below. We wish to update the scope section, which lists some asset types there. It says technology underneath there as one of the types, and we wish to clarify that and put it as information technology because we felt technology was too broad. And that concludes my presentation. And Laura and I are here and available for any questions you guys have.
Any questions? To comment, I really appreciate the work that's being done on this. I think it's foundational to doing some work with our reserves and allocating them and just outlining strategically like the financial future for Wheeling County. So it'll be critical work and we appreciate that you're doing it. So thank you. Any other questions regarding either the grant application or the additional policy? If not, looking for two separate resolutions, two motions.
I'll move that we approve resolution 1 for the grant to go ahead with the grant opportunity.
Any discussion? I'm assuming you mean as laid out.
As laid out, for sure.
Yeah. Awesome.
I
Any
want
discussion?
you to read the whole thing, Donna.
Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried.
I'll move that council approves the proposed addition of an asset management policy to section 4, information and technology policies.
As amended.
As amended. That's, you read it out.
Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, and nice to meet you.
Welcome to the company. Good luck.
You're gonna need it.
We'll move to 4.31, Community and Development Services Report.
Good afternoon, Council. Matt from Administration presenting the Community and Development Services December 2020 Department Report. Just a few highlights for your information. Community Services, there was quite a bit of activity with Community Services in the last quarter of 2020, so we have a few items that will be coming forward. Of course, we're still monitoring the COVID-19 restrictions, so we'll be continuing to monitor the signage and the rest with regards to our outdoor rinks and outdoor spaces. We also are looking at the next quarter plans to unroll and unravel the What We Heard report for the Community Engagement and Open Space Recreation and Cultural Master Plan. So we had that online virtual engagement. We also engaged with council. We're condensing all the information, compiling it, and we will be presenting the What We Heard report to council for their information. After that, we're going to be compiling that information and starting the draft of the master plan. Any additional engagement or outliers that we do see, we will address through engagement and we'll move forward. So it's quite a fluid and dynamic process, but we are proceeding in a timely manner on that project. Research and prepare report for council on historical information. involving proposed procedures for capital expenditures by leases on county property. That's an extensive directive that council directed administration to undertake in the last quarter of 2020. So we do intend to bring that report back to council for your consideration in the first quarter of 2021. For economic development, we're obviously rolling out the WC campaigns in various formats. So one of the initiatives that we thought was really important to address at the end of the year was to provide a what we have accomplished and what we have achieved video for ratepayers, residents of Wheatland County, council, and the rest to look at, to really see what we've done in-house for the last year and a half. So that was released through WC channels, including Wheatland County channels as well. And we're looking to, obviously, as Councillor Bigger noted, to really go and delve into the economic development portfolio with our committees and roll out some campaigns, some video campaigns on our various hamlets and communities in order to kind of proceed with that investment attraction campaign that is priority for council, of course. So we're looking to really focus on WC and economic development and investment attraction in the first quarter of 2021, including a gateway signage plan that we're going to be rolling out and bringing to council for your consideration on that project plan moving forward. You'll see under Fire and Emergency Services a couple of exciting photos with regards to the progress of the Carsland Fire Hall. Just to note on that, January 27th, the actual structure, which is being built inside the shop, will be moved to the site. So you'll be seeing something above the ground. So that's quite exciting, and we'll continue to keep council abreast on any of the big moves that the construction will undertake. We do have a social media initiative that twice a month we're going to be blasting through our channels some updates on the Carsland Fire Hall, any substantial changes, so just to note that for council as well. You'll see on page 137 the dispatch calls and the rest, and moving forward, 138, 139, some planning actuals, planning and development permits, safety codes, as well as protective services. With regards to the amount of lot sales for Lakes and Muirfield, we do work closely with our realtors in that, and we'll look to put kind of like an updated table in here on that for Muirfield lot sales. I do get kind of ad hoc updates from our realtor that's working there, but we'll definitely get something concise for council, and I'll look to provide and circulate a note on what we have year to date for that for you, Councillor Aker. That
For
concludes.
ballpark, I feel like we had 10 conditionally.
Approximately, yes.
Conditional sales.
Approximately 10.
That's a bit
Yep.
dated. That would be a bit old, but.
That's correct. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
So, question, on your pie chart, on your call volumes, why is Clooney and Dallam together? What's behind that?
They're separate.
I'm going to defer to Chief Borgon, and if you would go to a mic. Mike?
Ben's revealing his color blindness.
There is no two different colors.
Yeah, there is. Clooney's red, Dallam's great.
Say likely more green Dallam, and
Carsland
the
is
Clooney
blue.
is 1, and Carsland is blue. So Carsland had 3 calls for November, Clooney had 1 call, and Dallam had 2.
How's the electrician, buddy? The electric.
Okay.
It is really small, though. I do have a question. I know it's still on the resolution tracker, and I super appreciate
I see what I was looking at. Okay, thank
the
you.
information on the Strathmore and Wheatland West. Just purely for information purposes, for all the halls, I wouldn't mind information on whether the calls being reported are for distinct events or how many of those are. What I'm trying to get a sense for is how many actual distinct events we're having.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
But if that's arduous, it's not necessary either. If it's relatively simple, it's just for an interest thing, because if each of these is distinct events, that's a bit different than, there was 2 events and and multiple departments were required, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. And so I'll defer to Chief Borgon if that is possible off the top, but we can certainly look into that in terms of parsing it out.
Yeah, we absolutely can. Going back to 2020, I think it would definitely be arduous, but moving forward in 2021,
Just
that's something we can track moving forward,
facing
absolutely.
is all.
Strathmore was joint response with Wheatland West for a considerable time, and I understand they still are.
They still are. We're working on a,
Is that reflected in here? Or-
Yeah, it says right at the bottom there.
yes.
It was good to see that the co-response goes both ways, and in fact, like, the town was co-responding with Wheatland West actually more than we were co-responding with town, if I understood that correctly. What I'm trying to get a sense for is, as we make budget decisions and things like that, knowing where our calls are and how many distinct events we have. So, and if that's more tied to like industrial or, I know there's multiple factors, but it could be helpful for governance just knowing where those events are and how frequent they are. And the fact that we always have to be prepared for obviously worse scenarios.
Yeah, I'm confident we should be able to prepare that so that it can paint a good picture for you guys.
Wonderful. Any other questions regarding the Community and Development Services report?
I do have a question, and you might not know that there was a train accident by Cartland,
Yes.
and we did, like, there was nothing ever, like, was someone killed? Was it a fatality? Or?
No, there was no fatality.
Oh, okay.
No. There was a fatality through the holidays, but it wasn't our call. We did get called from mutual aid, but it was a call in Siksika on the other side of the track, so we were stood down before we responded.
Thank you.
I do typically get notified for sure by CP, and my kind of plan for like a chain of notification, I let Brian know when I find out, and then if it was in somebody else's division, frequently it seems to be in mine. But if it were in somebody else's division, my intention would be to contact you just so that you're aware of what's happened, in case you're contacted or asked questions or that type of thing.
Well, we could see
I
it
didn't
happening.
know about the one in Cartland.
Yeah, Stars,
so-
even Stars was there, but we never.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. We were right there when that happened. We
Oh.
were.
And there was nothing
Okay.
ever brought up about it, but anyway. Curiosity, I guess.
I will, like, I make that commitment to each of you. If I'm made aware by CP, there is an intergovernmental relationship gentleman who keeps me abridged of significant events, and if I ever hear, I would certainly get the information to you for sure. Any other questions?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna bring it up here.
Okay, that's fair. Motion to accept the report as information.
I also move.
Councillor Baker has moved. Last call for discussion. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.32, a response to an inquiry from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs. Administration has drafted a letter. I think we should consider the letter starting on page 150. I really appreciated the work that was done to compile kind of the context of intermunicipal support that has been provided historically. And the other thing I already noted earlier, I appreciate that just the distinct note that we are committed to negotiating and creating a best practice cost sharing agreement for mutually beneficial services. I wasn't sure, and I'm not picky on it, but if we want to include some mention of infrastructure or things like that. It just stems from our conversation before in terms of, I know Councillor Kester raised a really good point about the road at Oxbow, but there's others, Scott and I have talked about Glenmore Trail and things like that, or like there's services, but there's also infrastructure that we utilize. And some of those are recreational facilities, but it could certainly be outside the scope of that. I'm at council's will, it's a thought. It could be as simple as just adding "and infrastructure" after services,
I agree.
or unless there's a better word. We do allude to it when we talk about the capital on the sports center. Like, that's a good example. Perhaps a motion to approve the letter with an addition, just a small edit to include "and infrastructure" in the first sentence, if that's council's will.
I will move that.
Councillor Eichert has moved. Any discussion? Motion is carried. We will move to 4.33, Master Fire Plan.
Just gonna call Chief Borgon up to present.
Wonderful.
Madam Reeve, Council, thanks for having me. I'm very excited to be presenting the Master Fire Plan that was prepared by TSI. So as you guys are aware, about a week after I started with the county, we presented the very first draft plan to Council on June 16th. Since that time, I can tell you it's been a very, very enjoyable process. So we've gone back, we've gathered feedback from all parties. On July 21st, we circulated the draft to the fire chiefs in Dallam, Gleason, Cluny, Hazard, Rockyford, Rosebud, Standard, Carsland, Wheatland West. On July 23rd, the second draft was sent to Wademza for review and discussion on dispatch-related items. On July 29th, 2020, we discussed the Master Fire Plan at the Fire Chiefs Committee meeting in Carsland. On August 6, 2020, the Master Fire Plan was circulated to the Rural Fire Association presidents in Dallam, Hazard, Rockyford, Rosebud, and Standard. It was requested at that time to extend the deadline for comment until after harvest. So I gave them an opportunity to really review it and spend some time, making sure that all of their needs were captured. On November 6, 2020, all of the comments received for the second draft were submitted to TSI. TSI then prepared a third draft. On November 23rd, 2020, the third and final draft was circulated to the Dallam Fire Chief, the Gleason Fire Chief, the Cluny Fire Chief, Hazard Fire Chief, the Rockyford Fire Chief, Rosebud Fire Chief, the Standard Fire Chief, the Carsland Fire Chief, the Wheatland West Fire Chief, Wademza, Dallam Rural Fire Association, Hazard Rural Fire Association, Rockyford Rural Fire Association, Rosebud Rural Fire Association, Standard Rural Fire Association, the Village of Hazard, the Village of Standard, the Village of Rockyford, all for final feedback. On December 4th, 2020, all the final comments were received, and then forwarded to TSI to complete the final Fire Master Plan presented in front of you. Honestly, it was really a good, positive, proactive exercise on my part. It gave me an opportunity to really get to know a lot of our stakeholders, get to understand the relationships, and understand the team moving forward. I really feel confident about the chiefs that we have throughout the county. I feel comfortable working with the associations and really feel like this plan is it's a good, solid, it gives us some good measurable benchmarks. It gives us a good opportunity to work and support the associations, the chiefs, and Wheatland County Fire Service as a whole. So I'm really confident in the future moving forward, and I'm really happy to be selected to be obviously to administer this plan. So it will be a cornerstone of Wheatland County Fire Services over the next several years. So very, very happy and very excited to administer it and work with everybody. So other than that, I mean, I'm here for questions. Like I said, the feedback was very positive. There was several changes. If you want, I can go through the changes that we made from the first to the final draft, but it's in the presentation in front of you. And again, it was all minor. There was really nothing major that was changed. The intent of the exercise was really to make sure that everybody's needs were met. So I truly believe that everybody's were. That concludes my presentation. If you guys have any questions, I'll make myself available.
Thank you. The changes are outlined on page 153. I really appreciate this document. I think the thing that I appreciate the most is that it's an overarching plan, but it's very specific to the model that Wheatland utilizes, and I think it really respects and builds on the model that has been used in Wheatland and ensures that we're doing our due diligence in governance from a municipal perspective, but that we're working together in partnership with all the fire associations that provide fire service in the county, and then just really integrates that well with our own department. So I think TSI and your team did an exceptional job of putting this together and integrating the feedback, making it a dynamic document, and integrating those things, integrated some council direction that was given. So I really appreciate this.
I can absolutely print as many copies as needed.
I wouldn't mind a paper one.
Yeah, just do. Okay. I'll also circulate this final once it's approved to all the partners that were listed.
That'd be great. And would this be, I'm assuming there would be updates that would come, because I noticed there's different timelines for goals for implementing different parts of the strategy. Will you be bringing reports back to council on progress on those?
Absolutely. I'll work with GM Buscario, and we will absolutely give you guys progress reports of all things fire services.
That'd be great. And then last question, I'm assuming it's a dynamic document, and if there are things that arise from feedback from chiefs or association presidents or needs that are identified by ratepayers or things like that, they could be, and obviously it's a dynamic environment that you work in, so. Absolutely, and I think as far as I'm concerned, in the plan, the biggest thing there is that we are working as a team and we're working as a whole. And there are going to be changes. The document is definitely not set in stone. It's something that we can measure, but there will be things that do come up that we will have to obviously work as a team and come up with solutions to. So, and again, through the process, I'm very confident that we'll be able to do that.
Yeah, having looking through all this and remembering a lot of stuff we've been through and all the points that were made from various things, this addresses pretty much all of them. So that's really good. I'm really happy with that. I hope I don't ever have to do again. I'm going through this again.
Yeah, it does seem just like yesterday that we were in that room there discussing this.
But I mean,
And it's just so smooth. Good job.
You say you're not gonna go through this again. Me and Ben ain't gonna go through it again, but you might.
I mean, not either. Who knows?
Okay, focus.
But thank you.
Yeah,
and the consultants as well. Good job.
And you came in a very challenging time, and I'm sure all of council would echo this, but I've gotten really good feedback about the pivot from the change all the way from our senior leadership through your senior leadership of your team and right through to the cohesion of the team. And we needed that. We needed to, I won't get into
I've
that,
heard that
but
from association.
yes.
Very good.
So a huge thank you for the work that you've done, both on process and documents and things like that, but also just on the team building, which is key.
And thank you for that. And
The wise one here is giving
and thank you for the support, because again, it is a team from council to myself to the deputy to the chiefs association. So it really is a team effort. So it's everybody that had a part in it. So thank you for the support.
Absolutely. Looking for a motion to approve the master fire plan.
I'll make that motion.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved. Any further discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.34. An area concept plan for, you'll have to correct me, Megan, is it Cara or Cara?
It's Kara.
Cara, okay, perfect. So like Cara. Awesome. I know it means joy in Latin, I just didn't know how to say it. Pardon? Joy.
In Gaelic, it means friendship.
Oh, that's nice.
It depends on the friendship.
I do have 2 letters that we received after the report was submitted. May I pass them around to everybody?
No. Yeah, but in Gaelic, it's spelled C-A-R-A.
Could I have the letters emailed to me, please?
Yes, we'll do that right now, Glenn.
Sure you can.
I'm just going to actually, it's a good time in our agenda anyways. I'm going to just do a 5-minute recess. We will reconvene at 2:25. And then Glenn, we'll make sure that we have that you have the letters before we proceed. So I don't know if you need to call back in. We'll just take 5 minutes. You can just stay on the line.
Okay, I'll be waiting.
Sorry about that, Glenn. Perfect. So call the meeting back to order. Go ahead, Megan. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Megan Williams here to present the Cara Area Concept Plan. This report starts on page 237 of Council's package. The subject parcel is 91.76 acres in size and is located directly east of Speargrass. It has accesses from Township Road 220 and Highway 817. The location plan is on page 241 of Council's package. I'll just reach down there. Staff circulated the application to external agencies, internally, and to adjacent landowners within 2 miles of the subject parcel. Vulcan County did respond, and they had no comments or concerns with the area concept plan. Alberta Environment and Parks commented with concerns regarding the water bodies on the parcel. The supplied wetland impact assessment identified the impact of water bodies as man-made. Staff still circulated to water boundaries, but has yet to receive comment. Alberta Transportation commented that the plans for Highway 817 are near approval, and the applicant did recently send me a draft of those plans, and that the realignment would impact the current access from Highway 817. The traffic impact assessment was originally submitted in 2017 and so will need to be updated. Once it's been updated, reviewed, and approved by the county, it will be included in the area concept plan's appendices. Staff would like to note that the area concept plan that was presented to council, so in the package, does consolidate all of the comments provided by staff. Staff received 2 written comments which were circulated. I can also read those aloud for the record if you would like.
Let's just so that they're on. Cool. That'd be great.
One in support and the other voicing concerns. The letter voicing concerns requested an exemption for their natural resource extraction development for hours of operation, dust control, and noise control. Typically, staff would require the landowner to follow bylaws and the conditions on their approved development permit. However, this gravel pit does precede the requirement for a municipal development permit, so there's no conditions on a DP for them to follow. Staff doesn't recommend applying a blanket exemption to the gravel pit, as it is still required to follow the municipal bylaws. However, we will bring the concerns forward to be addressed at the land use and development permit stage, where we can put it into the regulations, and then of course into the DP for the actual area concept plan itself, or for like the development on the ACP area. Okay. The Cara Area Concept Plan is a guiding document for the development of an aging in place community. It plans for a population of approximately 750 people, which does include the employees. The development will encompass a variety of uses, including a community center, single unit dwellings, and a number of 10 unit care homes. The proposed land use is on page 242, right there. Currently, there is no appropriate land use in the land use bylaw to accommodate this type of development. So if approved, the applicant will be submitting a new direct control district application.
With their reapplication, a number of studies, reports, and plans were submitted. They have had, these reports and studies have had their first round of peer review and they're undergoing updates. Staff does not expect the continued review of these studies, reports, and plans to result in a change in the CARA ACP. Once these studies, reports, and plans have been approved, they will be added to the ACP's appendices. The developer has submitted a water and wastewater servicing study that outlines how the development will connect to the Speargrass water and wastewater systems. During the initial application, so the one that was made in 2017, the intent of the development was to construct a private wastewater treatment and private well. Those were examined, so there are studies completed to support that type of development as well, so they've got two options. The parcel has two accesses, one from Highway 817 and the second from Township Road 220. As stated previously, with the realignment of Highway 817, the developer's initial TIA will need to be revised. The developer has identified Township Road 220, that access there, as the emergency access. The roads within the development itself will be private and maintained by the CARA Foundation. The Stormwater Management Plan investigates utilizing the existing man-made ponds to retain the stormwater, as well as to use these ponds as green space. Alberta Environment and Parks, as mentioned previously, did comment that there's no provincial policy that allows for the conversion of naturally occurring wetlands to be reconstructed into storm ponds. However, with the Wetland Impact Assessment and Biophysical Impact Assessment identifying these water bodies as man-made, they should be exempt from this policy. I did provide the studies to the Water Boundaries Unit, but I've yet to receive a response. The area concept plan provides guidance for the aging in place community. It identifies green space, community spaces, and low to medium density residential areas connected by roads and pathways. The development aligns with the relevant policies, guidelines, and objectives of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, Vulcan Intermunicipal Development Plan, Regional Growth Management Strategy, and Municipal Development Plan. Currently, there are no appropriate land uses. However, within the area concept plan, within the area concept plan itself is a proposal for a new direct control district, which will alleviate this discrepancy. Staff's recommendations are on page 237. Right there. And staff is recommending that council approve the CARA Seniors Community Area Concept Plan. That does conclude my presentation, and I am available for questions. And I do believe the applicant is on the line as well, if you have specific questions about the application.
Wonderful, thank you. Any questions regarding the application?
Is this development from, I need a bigger map, but according to this map, it butts right up against the gravel pit, does it not?
It does, yes.
So in this letter that they've sent in, and they're asking for exemptions, I can see doing something for what's going on now, but what do you do 10 years from now? This goes ahead and they decide to expand the gravel pit and use up. Are we looking at putting into place something that's going to sterilize some of their, how do we deal with that down the road, sterilizing the use of their land?
Do you want to just show on the map relative to the low and mid-sized density housing where the gravel pit is?
I'm trying to remember, if we can also bring up the phasing of what they were gonna pull the gravel out. I think they were gonna pull the gravel out of that area that was close to us first, I think, as I remember it, but.
Yeah, that's how it was gonna work.
Yeah.
And they've been in discussion with, CARA. The newest gravel pit has.
So the,
Taylor. So the one closest to the development.
this area here,
Oh, that area there.
that gravel pit is?
So the gravel pit's straight,
Well, there's more than one.
north.
I think there's like 4.
Right, but the other ones are down the hill.
Where's the development? Right here?
Yeah.
The gravel pit's up here, and the gravel pit here, and the gravel pit here. When they start expanding and using up their reserve that they bought, getting closer to that, we haven't got it in place now.
Good afternoon. May I speak into this? This is Marcy Bima speaking.
You bet, Marcy.
I just wanted to mention the gravel pit with Lafarge, which is in the northeast corner. I've been in discussions with Lafarge. They're planning on having their gravel pit. They're starting in the corner, as you mentioned, and moving out. They've dropped it into basically a hole, which is a berm, according to my engineers. It's a berm, and we've also agreed on either a berm or fencing. So I'm not concerned about that. The gravel pit on the south side, my understanding, again, this is from Lafarge, who's worked with Greg McLean, who had written his expression of concern that that pit is not going to be long in duration. So given the COVID pandemic, it may not even be a concern, because by the time we can start, they may be almost finished. So that's my understanding of where they're at. I haven't talked to Greg personally, but that's my understanding of where they're at on that pit to the south. Burnco, I spoke to them several years ago. I have no indication that they're going to develop anything in that pit anytime soon. So have actually looked into all of this. And I think with collaboration, we can find a way to work through this. I know Bears Paw has a gravel pit somewhere close to a residential area, and they find ways to mitigate. So hopefully we will as well.
Thank you. That's my only concern with it is it's happened before, and it's not fair to them if we sterilize the land and they can't use it. They've been sitting on it for 30 years.
So which land is being sterilized? I'm not clear on what the
I'm not saying it's sterilized now. I'm not saying it's sterilized now, but developments of this type sterilize the land next door to them as far as it's happened in the past. That's what the big issue with these resource extraction for gravel and where they've owned the land and the development starts up, and 10 years, 15 years down the road, they go in there to develop it, and public reaction stops them from developing the resource. Down east,
okay, that's, yeah.
Down east in eastern Canada, they've solved that problem by forcing, if there's a development in place, or coming in place, they actually force, the development can't proceed until that gravel has been mined and then reclaimed, and then the development can go forward.
Mm-hmm. I think just from my own discussions with Travis from Lafarge, I'm very confident that we can find a collaborative approach to mitigate any issues between us. They're very respectful of the development, and I'm respectful of their right to develop their property as well. I've not stood against it. I've not tried to oppose it. I believe we can work together, and I intend to do that. So that's my perspective on it.
I'm sure if this goes forward, they'll be making their presentations well known as to where their issues are too. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And that was going to be my follow-up question to administration. Probably not at the area concept plan, but at some point in the development process, we would want to see that formalized somehow so that if individuals changed or whatever, there are collaborative agreements that can be fallen back on. Because I see what you're saying, Ben, like you don't want to impede future development of extraction on land that's already owned. So yeah, that's a good point.
39 years of wisdom right there.
Yeah. It's a little experience.
Just starting to show it now, too.
Any other questions?
I'm just going to say, I think this is a great idea. This is my fallback plan. If I can't die on the farm, this is where I want to go to. So I've figured out that the wife may be able to accommodate me on dying on the farm, though, if I don't watch my act here. So.
Well, thank you for the comment. I appreciate it. That's encouraging.
I like the concept of the development. I was on the Drumheller Health Board back in the mid-90s when there was a proposal to do something similar to this in the Hannah area, but they couldn't get it through the province to look at that type of thing up here in Canada yet. I like the idea. I like the concept around it. It's just the location that I'm a little worried about. But other than that, no, I like the idea.
if you have a chance to step onto the property sometime, I'd invite you to do that with me. You'll see why I chose this one. Has some nice views, some nice ponds, some nice place for seniors to be.
I've been down there. I understand what you're doing. It's
Yeah. Yeah. I know there's a lot of gravel pits around. I get that. I grew up there. But we work around these things, right? So I'm fully intend to fully cooperate and collaborate as best we can.
So we can get one more step closer to Tom getting there. I'm going to move that council move to approve the Carra Seniors Community Area Concept Plan to facilitate the application of a new direct control district and the development of a seniors community.
Motion on the floor. Any further discussion or questions? I'll echo the comments that were made already. This would be my dream place. Again, if I couldn't age in place at home, I would love to age in a place like this. It's just incredibly beautiful and well thought out for the transitional needs that seniors may experience as they age, and really respectful, I think, of the wishes of rural seniors to stay in the area, and gives options in terms of independent living as well as some higher support when it's required. So I think it's absolutely beautiful, and I'm so thankful that it's moving forward. So thank you very much.
Bless your heart, Amber. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Quick note, if permitted. Megan, I understand that you have accepted a position with another municipality. So I want to thank you for your work for Team Wheatland, and we want to wish you all the best in your future endeavors. So thank you for all your work here. We will miss you.
Thanks for ditching.
May I take the liberty of
Where are you going?
May I take the liberty of throwing a comment in as the development side?
Never be in your favor.
Sorry, Marcy.
I just wanted to say thank you to Megan as well. She's been great to work with. We've made just great progress in a short period of time, and I just want to thank her for her work on behalf of an applicant. So thank you. And thank you to council. Take good care.
Thank you. We appreciate the work that you're doing.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
you, Megan.
Bye-bye.
We will miss you, and we are sad to see you go, but we are excited for you, and we wish you well.
Because that environment's going to be completely different.
We're going to focus. Thanks, Megan.
Good luck.
We're going to move to 4.41, Transportation and Agriculture Report.
You don't see that often.
We're going to
She'll
focus.
learn a little bit. She'll be back.
You don't see it this way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Good afternoon, Mike.
Good afternoon, Cal.
Happy New Year.
Yes, same to you, and Merry Christmas. Okay, page 286 of your package, you have the December Transportation Ag Report. Just some highlights. The crews, I think I mentioned last time, the majority of the crews are out clearing snow. When they're not clearing snow, they have moved to snow removal of the big dumps that we got in December, as well as a lot of tree cutting. It's amazing how much trees we're getting cut back. We were falling behind the last few years, so this year's a good catch-up year for that. They've been going full bore on that. You'll see we enhanced the report a little bit here, just kind of give a little more attention to some of the areas that we're doing. One item of note is snow fence. The council isn't aware we actually do about 11 miles of snow fence a year. That really helps our crews, our grading and snowplow operations with making sure these roads don't get blown over. A lot of the roads are lower than the ditch line, and because of that, we get major, infiltration of snow on top of that. So that is a big part of our, fall and winter operations is snow fence installation. Just some other items to note. So as of January 1st, we've actually, gone with a new engineering company. We put out an RFP for services in the fall. Our new day-to-day operations engineering firm is McElhaney, who we dealt with in the past. We had a number of respondents to our RFP. I think there were 7 in total on that. So we weighed them, including our current SEMA and Wood, and we decided to award it to a new engineering firm now. So we have a 3-year with 2 renewable terms contract coming for signature next month, and we'll start
When are they taking us out for supper to celebrate them?
There you go. Yeah. So we're meeting with them, initial kickoff on Thursday here. So just a highlight for you folks. And just on the Hamlet side, we have got a large part of the Rosebud Lagoon force main installation done, and the stripping of the lagoon was done just before Christmas. They've shut down for the Christmas break, and we're still waiting on a schedule. It may be another month or so before they get back out there and start going again, but still progressing with the completion to be operational by the end of this year. So that's great news for us on that, and for the residents of Rosebud in general. So that's my report. If anyone has any questions.
I'm going to get you to move a little closer to your microphone,
Just
because I'm going to
for
get...
my information on the Rosebud effluent hauling, like, what were we spending about per year to do that?
To haul the effluent? Well, we bring them on, it's an internal crew member that hauls with a tandem water truck. So it's not like our Muirfield tanker trailer. We start hauling, I believe, around November, beginning of November, when that reclamation crew shuts down. And then we haul right through until March here. Really, that is not by any means taking all of the effluent out of Rosebud. It's just helping the system. As it says here, we have, during the summer months, we had infiltration and some evaporation because it does surface even in that failing system. But through the winter, we find if we don't haul it, it definitely causes more issues, surfacing and freezing and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so odor and yeah. So I can't say that it's basically a staff member and equipment through 3 to 4 months. So I can definitely bring a number back for you.
I am just looking for just the ballpark figure.
Okay. Yeah. I'll get you a ballpark on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just to thank you for getting them signs in place out there at the Miglorn pit.
Yeah. Did they stay up this time?
And I'll relay many thanks from the residents of Muirfield. I've never heard more positive comments from the county doing any work in there. Everybody's just really happy. So, from any snow removal we do to any work we do, they're just really happy.
Excellent. Yeah, just a good point through the chair on a note on that. It's the county has started to manage and maintain all of the snow removal in that community. It was being done by a contractor, and we started just day before Christmas, we started taking them on here. So we have an agreement that's being signed, that's in place to absolve us of liability and that sort of thing. Just a heads up on that.
Funny because phase 2, what we have, we were looking after, and the contractor was looking after the front, and everybody's like, well, why does the back look so good? Yeah. It's hard to explain that, so no, it's way better now. Thank you.
No, that's great to hear. I'll pass it on.
For me too.
I just, on that, is that sort of, that extra cost then picked up by the HOA? Like, because they would have been responsible for that before, would they have not? I'm just.
Sorry, Councillor Eicher, can you repeat the question?
Well,
If you can.
the snow removal would have been done before, would have been paid for by the HOA. Do we have an agreement? The snow removal to be paid for by the county, or like, how does this work? Like, I'm gonna see an HOA just sort of disappear here. We're gonna absorb a whole bunch of stuff, so.
So The HOA, in terms of the homeowners association disappearing,
I'm just, we're doing as I imagine this would have worked before,
mhm.
there would have been no county involved in any of the snow. And that was, snow just, in my books, just magically disappeared, but now we have got county resources making the snow disappear, so.
We weren't responsible for the cost of it previously, and now we are.
Yes, exactly, so is that been a?
Or I shouldn't say we are. He's asking, are we?
Yeah, are we responsible?
I can clarify what he's asking.
Okay.
Phase
Yeah.
one. Phase two, we understand that it's ours because
That's
we're
correct.
the developer. Yes, right now. But phase one, now that we're doing that, is there any of those costs incurred by the county? Labor charges being charged back to HOA, or is it all, we're just doing it?
So I'm gonna have to look in the particulars of the agreement, but I don't believe we are back charging anything.
No.
It is an agreement just to absolve us of any damages, to the gates, for example, or anything like that. Those are the particulars in that agreement that we're addressing. I think, and Mike, you can answer the question in terms of in the queue and the workload and the rest, but when we go in there, I mean, you're gonna time it and do all that so that we can just get one clean sweep of it all, and then we move on. So I don't know if any calculations to the labor charges have been done, but at this point, we're not charging back for any of those, in our agreement that we've set up.
Would it not, I would have imagined, I never thought of it before, but I would have imagined it'd be treated just like our Hamlet cruise. When there's a snow event, our crews go in and clean it up and they leave, bing, it's done.
And I understand that, but I think we have to make a change somewhere along the lines here, whether or not what we've got at Muirfield. I think that it has to be.
So what you're alluding to now is being worked on by the HOA themselves, and they have to talk to their own residents about that, because there's a lot of issues that go on with that. And they're basically trying to go to what you're talking about, go to a hamlet. There'll still be some.
So the HOA is gonna come to us at some point here, or maybe not come to us at all.
I don't know how
Right.
they're gonna figure it out, but they're working on it to basically.
Okay, I'm just, I just want,
I think if we could get more information if that is being charged, and if, depending on the agreement, if there's liberty to charge for that, or if it would be prudent. Up to this point, Lakes and Muirfield has been distinct and has never been treated like a hamlet. The fact that it's a gated community, I think, precludes us in some ways from treating it equally. I know, Councillor Bigger has had questions because there is there's been consideration of doing a similar, like, gating of speargrass, and so we have to be careful because there are distinctions based on the model of that development.
So,
And
in regards to that, I've been to HOA meetings, so has Matt. And, that question has been broached, and I said, in my opinion, I said, and probably the opinion of the county, as long as those gates are up, it's not a public road. So that, they're very aware of that. However, if there's a way to get around that, I don't know, they're looking at that, but that is obviously an issue with those people that bought there, and they like that, and you know, your community is looking at the same kind of thing for various reasons.
And I don't think it's exclusively the gates either, like I use that as an example, but it was a very distinct development model that the county approved. And by changing to something like a hamlet, the county, and I realize a lot has changed, but it does change the financial liability of the county, let's put it that way.
Through the chair, originally, that wasn't a hamlet expansion. It's not a separate community, it's a hamlet, it's still a hamlet of Lyelta, it's basically what it's operated under. And it goes back to what Glenn's always talking about, treating everybody the same. Now that it's under our control, it'd be no different than if we assumed, if Gleason was a village and we assumed it as a hamlet. We don't charge back anything that we do in there, or in Clooney, or in Carsland, or.
and I understand that, and I just want, I want the clarification on that, because we're selling lots on phase two, and I believe you have to go through those gates in order to get there, right? Like, there's not a separate.
Oh, for sure.
Right, so.
So let's have administration check some of the details of the homeowners association agreement, and just the details around. I don't think we have enough information. It's good questions. I see where you're saying and where it could go, But I think there's expenses to the county that we would take on that would need to be considered, and we need more information.
So in a nutshell, the HOA would gladly give up some of their responsibilities that they may or may not have been aware of when they bought those lots. And however, it's changed for previous developers and stuff that they may or may not have been aware of what they're responsible for. So they're all working through that and digesting, and they're gonna have something that will present back to us. But it's nothing that we can initiate. Am I saying anything wrong here?
Yeah, and that's it. And just to supplement, the agreement that we've signed, they're not paying the county. Our Hamlet crews, they go in, they clear as they drive through, as they clear our properties and they drive through. The agreement absolves us of any damages in phase one as a result of us not owning the surfaces or any of that. The gates are an example. Our property in Muirfield will be added to the Public Works snowplow policy as per our manager of utilities. So this is all just falling into place in terms of, getting this agreement struck so that we can continue that work to make it as seamless as possible within Muirfield. Should council wish, we can certainly go back to that agreement. And then we can see if we can certainly apply some back charge to the phase one, should that be the wish of council. But so far, that's pretty much what the agreement says in stone that we've worked out with the homeowners association.
So are we advertising a gated community when we're selling those lots?
I will check right now on the website.
And just an update, administration did send, we have 14 conditionally sold lots, or conditionally and sold lots in total now.
Oh, excellent.
I know the documents come like for yesterday, like it's pretty consistently, stuff's moving, so.
And council, just to remind you as well, so in our strategic plan that was just approved today, one of the major areas of focus is to come up with a master plan for the Lakes of Muirfield and present that back to council, just to kind of get a future vision of that area and kind of see where we're going with it and kind of what the public can expect, what the council can expect, approve, I should say. So thank you.
Thanks for that, CAO Henderson. That's a good point. So we will definitely be getting more information, and it's good questions and conversation. Any other questions for transportation and agriculture?
Actually, I do have a question, Mike. I've had a couple more people approach me about the railway whistle.
Okay.
And so is there some way that we can consult the Carthon residents, I don't know, through the water bills or something, I don't know, saying what CP actually wrote to us or what their answer was, and whether, it is up to the community, and to find out, because we can't meet, so somehow we have to find out what the community actually wants. Is it just the businesses that want it, the whistle gone? Or does the community care? I don't know. I hear comments, but I can't tell what's the general consensus. And I don't want to leave it alone because there's people been asking.
Right, for sure. So through the chair, what Councillor Bigger is talking about is a whistle cessation request that was put forward actually a couple of years ago. We did a analysis with CP, an engineering study actually they required to see if it was even feasible. They came back with a lot of concerns over removing the whistle at that site. Basically, they said they left it a little bit open to us to make the ultimate decision on it, also likely taking the liability away from them at the same time. So they're willing to review it, but I think if they bring it to their senior management there may be a consideration that they would refuse it as well. As far as getting the community's feedback on it, we can definitely go out and put something in social media, or we can do
if you could just target cards.
Some sort of mail out in the utility bill, just to focus on that.
Yeah.
And get a response and see.
It would give us get an overall view of what the community wants.
Yeah.
But they need to understand everything about it too. So we need the information that CP gave us too. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so through the chair, with that, we'll send out the survey, and then I'll bring back the responses with the information package to council.
Great, thanks.
And at the top of the survey, you'd have some context
For information, yeah.
Yes, for sure.
excellent.
Through the chair to Mike, just a question, have they done any pre-engineering or anything, test holes or anything up west of Dallam so they know what's going on down there, or do they know what's going on, or?
Yeah, so through the chair, that is actually, we're moving forward with our new engineering company on that because we weren't getting a response or the responsiveness from the previous. So we are hoping that in our meeting on Thursday, we're going to discuss getting the drilling done for that repair work, and it is going to be the first job we hit in the spring.
No, Taylor Siding on, maybe that's down 7 miles. Side of the road.
Any other questions? If not, a motion to accept the report of information.
So moved.
Councillor Wilson has moved. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 4.42, sidewalk replacement pilot program.
Okay, so on page 298 of your package, you'll see the 2020 sidewalk replacement pilot project. So basically, in 2020, we had just some background context for council. We had a budget for sidewalk replacement that was removed, and we moved forward with just some small repair jobs. We did 2 projects and looked at hiring locals. We wanted to see what the response and what the end product quality was from some of our local contractors. So it was a great initiative, great pilot to take on here. Actually, I'll let our manager of operations, who's on the line here, Cody Zimmerman, just kind of speak a little bit to it. He kind of facilitated the whole project. So.
Sounds good. Hi, Cody.
Be muted.
I'm not sure if you're there, Cody. We can't hear you, and just in case you're muted.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you betcha. Good afternoon.
Perfect. Good afternoon. So I'm just gonna go over the sidewalk replacement pilot program report here for you. Just a little background. In 2020, Wheelan County implemented a pilot program to perform small-scale sidewalk replacement to allow local area contractors to bid on concrete projects who would not normally qualify under our standard tender for qualifications for the large projects that we do. So we went out and selected a couple spots in 2 different communities, one in Carsland and one in Gleason. The areas that we selected, we were kind of looking for mixed type replacements that involve sidewalk and rolled curb and catch basin, things like that, just to test them out. It's not just a straightforward, simple square sidewalk. It makes just to showcase what their abilities are. So we divided the 2 projects. We divided the 2 communities into different projects. One in Carsland, one in Gleason. The Carsland was a rolled curb sidewalk replacement, approximately 20.5 meters in length, and the Gleason was just a small piece of sidewalk and squared curb, and the catch basin replacement along with that. So we decided to put this out to different contractors based on the physical location of their business. The Carsland project went out to the businesses located in the greater Calgary area, particularly based on the east side of Calgary, but outside of Wheelan County. And then the Gleason project, we went to businesses that were 100% based out of Wheelan County itself. And then, all engineering was done by our contracted, engineering company, Wood. So we ended up, contacting 5 contractors for the Carsland project. Only 2 came back with a quote that had any interest in performing the work. And in Gleason, we reached out to 4 separate contractors and only 1 came back. So for awarding of these projects, the only thing that we asked is that a contractor provide proof of insurance for $2 million and a WCB clearance letter, and then went based on lowest bid from there. So the Carsland project was fully completed to our county specifications. Should be noted that that project ran $2,600 over budget. There was some compaction issues with the placement of the gravel, and we had to re-excavate and recompact that before we could place it. So also involved reforming everything again. So that increased costs a little bit on that one. The total project cost came out to $16,637. The county, in order to reduce costs on the overall project, took on certain things such as setting up the signage and getting the locates, doing the complete oversight of the project. We hauled all the aggregate, supplied somewhere to dispose of it. We did the topsoiling. So we're trying to save some of those costs just to keep, the overall cost down, being that we didn't have a capital budget for this and it was coming out of operations. So with our work included, it is estimated that we spent $19,000 to $20,000 to complete the one piece of sidewalk. And based off of the 2019 capital projects, we could have, based off of 2019 quotes from the capital project, that project would have cost us between $15,500 and $17,000 to complete as part of a larger project. So, doing a one-off, we did go over what we would expect this to cost us. So when you extrapolate it out over, $200,000, little one-offs like this could add up to, potentially cost us $30,000, $40,000 more doing it as a one-off as opposed to as part of one large project. And then the Gleason project, unfortunately, the contractor that had the lowest bid failed to respond to all attempts to communicate with them as far as to award them the project and acquire necessary documentation. So after some time, we were forced to cancel that project and we'll be retendering it in the future. And then as far as overall contractor evaluations and recommendations I made with using these contractors in the future, basically based that on the work that was done and, whether it was on budget or not and how much oversight it was required and the quality of the work completed, safety, compliance, professionalism, all those sorts of things. And I guess the other thing to note as well is that I oversaw all the sidewalk capital over the last few years, and this one sidewalk replacement in Carsland requires as much oversight as doing usually a large-scale tender that I've done, just for the amount of time that it goes. You had to be on site and just dealing with all the little ins and outs that comes with it. So definitely a lot more time-consuming tendering it out that way. But that basically concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thanks, Cody. Any questions from council?
I just have one. This looks very similar, like from what I used to do, and having the same problems for these small jobs. It's really hard to get guys to come out to do it. You spend more travel time. So my question is to staff, it would be, we have rubber tired backhoes and stuff. What if we did our removal of this and the base work and hired a finisher, because that's what I ended up doing years ago, was far easier to do all the grunt work and have someone, because the finishing's where it looks nicest and it's most technique, unless you have somebody on staff that's willing to do it. But it's, I have found a lot of success in that, and then you're weather dependent too. Like some of this, you're more flexible that way, because we do have the equipment, we do have a Hamlet crew. I don't know if that's something staff would consider looking at doing in the future. Listening to Cody talk here, he knows what it takes to do the job. He's oversight. So, and maybe that's something that we should be looking at doing, because it's really maybe a week's worth of work when it's all put together, but there's lots of starts and stops.
Yeah, and I guess there's two parts to that, right? It's definitely, I'm looking at what we've done in the past with the scale of sidewalk. It is what council feels is necessary in the future, and this is a small project. This would have been 10% of what we've done, 20% of what we've done in the past with jobs. So to put our crew on something that we've done in the past would be substantial and probably take majority of their summer away from their current duties. I mean, yeah, you're right. We have equipment we can do. Just like this job, we did a lot of the work that a contractor would have done. We did internally already on this job. But I think that maybe comes back to the bigger picture of what we're looking at from council's perspective as far as what our recommendations on maintenance, and we're not doing sidewalks that are minor defects. We're doing sidewalks that are major failures and to preventative maintenance on that. If we cut back to doing one or two of these jobs a year, that will suffer with preventative maintenance that we're talking about. We're not talking about putting new sidewalks in. We're talking about maintaining our existing infrastructure. Definitely something to look at. I don't know if our current staff right now would be able to handle the workload we're expecting.
We have to keep it in the context of the overall transportation and agriculture review as well, and with those recommendations coming forward, we'll have to. I appreciate that you did the exercise, and Cody, I appreciate the report that you did. It was very fulsome and has really good information, so obviously it's a snapshot of one experience of trying this. I know it was really important to you, Councillor Eichert, to pursue this, and
yeah, no, and I really appreciate the effort going into it, and I have to somehow separate myself, my abilities, and my experiences to what everybody else has built. Like, so I'm struggling with that, because we sometimes reinvent the wheel, but I don't know how you don't do that. I mean, like, you have to accumulate some sort of knowledge when you're in a business for 45 years. I understand that. So, and it's actually very eye-opening to me that I'm going, yeah, that could be a problem, because that should be second nature, but how long did that take me to learn that, right? And so I appreciate the exercise, and it is eye-opening. And I will sit down and figure out if there's some other way to do this, because I've talked to a couple of the contractors that were asked to bid on this, okay? And because this is what they do, it's second nature to them, and the stuff that's being asked of them to be done isn't necessarily what they are used to.
how they're used to doing in the private sector.
Exactly, right? You know, so I'm going to take this report. I'm going to need some time to think about it. I'm going to sit down and talk to a couple of contractors that I know, and it might. And right now, I'm thinking it may not be doable. What I was thinking, but it has to be. It's an exercise, so it's going to be continued. So I appreciate the work for sure. I appreciate the work that was done on this, and it's really good in the fact that the steps and that has to be done, and what the county has to do in order to protect themselves and that kind of stuff. So thank you.
like our procurement policy, it's a balance, and I think it's good that we attempted to try it with local contractors. I think that's really important. We did try it, but we have to balance that with efficiencies for both our staff and fiscal efficiencies. So I think it's good to look at, but this did identify, and we knew these risks were there when we were considering this route, so.
Yeah. So the company that you had hired before Alberta Concrete, where are they from?
To be a tender then. It was a tender process then, right? Yeah, so we did two contracts. One we awarded to a local company. One called, I guess we have two different, local within Strathmore Gleason and local within the Wheatland Rocky View region kind of thing. So the one that was working in Carsland was the Rocky View company.
Right. So the people that you had before you did this, where are they from?
Like in years past?
In years past, yeah.
They were southern Alberta. Basically, they I think come in as far north as Ashton kind of thing, and around there, Red Deer.
Larger companies, so that.
For sure, yeah, large companies that basically their jobs are sidewalks and small paving jobs. So.
Because I think with these ones, we had relaxed some of the requirements. The wording's escaping me. There's that.
The safety certificate, the
Yeah,
core.
The core.
The core, yeah, we reduced the core, on these because that is what was a limiting factor on a lot of the companies. They can't, core is quite onerous to get and to maintain, so, we did remove that requirement on this.
Core is the doom of small business.
I still say COVID, the combination. Or still say you look in these residential areas, taking sidewalks.
Well, the sidewalks on one side of the street, right? Is
From both sides.
I know. Well, that's, yeah.
Having been involved in a municipality that did a development without sidewalks,
We'll put sidewalks in someplace.
I think-
Langdon's putting them back in now.
yes.
Matt's
Down in the ditches.
company managed to get it by there without sidewalks. Now they're putting sidewalks in, and that's a horribly expensive process, which the taxpayer is paying for, not the developer.
Let the developer pay.
We can raise those questions, though, at budget time, like when we're assessing certain sidewalks, maybe there are ones that we take a look at, and Councillor of the area could do some engagement. Cody, we want to really thank you, for the work that went into the report, and Mike, to your team for doing that. I do appreciate that it was considered and done, so we'll take this information into consideration going forward in doing these contracts. Do you need direction? I guess just, we do need a motion to accept as information.
Also move.
Councillor Eichert has moved. Any further discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.43. Lease within South 132223.
I'll move that council accept the offer to lease approximately 40 acres within South 132223 West 4th, received from Ross Wilson at a rate of $88 an acre for a 5-year term commencing immediately and terminating December 31st, 2025, based on the information and conditions as presented in this RFD.
Administration have anything they'd like to present?
Yeah, if council chooses, I have the manager of utilities on the line here. I'll present this. Might be on mute, Bryce.
Good afternoon, Bryce. I'm not sure, you might be muted.
How about now? I just heard mute off now. Is that good?
Yep, there you are. You bet. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I was just saying that Councillor Wilson did an excellent job, so I was only going to add that this lease is, this procurement or this lease advertising, falls outside of the procurement policy that we have for leasing land, and that's identified in the report section. It's just, we're supposed to advertise before October 31st, advertise an award. This is after that. This is a lease that was missed. Other than that, I'll leave it to council for any questions.
Any questions? Or debate? Motion on the floor. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.44, another lease.
Okay, I'll be following up on this one. So this, again, is another lease that we sent out. There's a section of land in, south of the Carsland Lagoon that has very limited access for use. So we're recommending that we lease this to the property owner to the south, as they already have access to the area. This does not follow the procurement lease policy, but it is our recommendation because of access issues in the area.
Move that council approve a 3-year lease with the owner of roll 7373000 for approximately 10 acres within roll 7371000 northwest 62225 west of 4th, in the amount of $50 an acre, commencing immediately and terminating December 31st, 2023, based on the information presented in the RFD.
Any questions or debate?
Can you tell I'm tired?
Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 5.1, correspondence. I believe there's just one from the stakeholder relations team at Municipal Affairs regarding scheduling a meeting with the minister at the upcoming virtual RMA.
Yes, council. Brian from administration. I did follow up with the scheduling assistant, Mr. Decker, and he did mention that this meeting will go forward, regardless of who is the minister, whether it is interim Minister McIver or the permanent minister at the time. So if council wishes, we could submit a meeting with whoever the minister is at that time. Thank you.
We'll meet him before he gets canned.
So my preference would be to pursue a rescheduling of our meeting that we had scheduled for yesterday, and perhaps request this meeting as a Plan B backup in case we aren't able to secure one before March. But I would still obviously like to, my hope would be to reschedule prior to then, if possible.
They need to know before 15th. Than January 15th.
Put the request in, and then we'll still follow up on the previous meeting, but if we don't get that scheduled prior to this one, we may be allocated time here that we could utilize.
Can we present some Hawaii tickets to them?
Focus. Focus.
He says 2 specific policy items.
Yes, so we should choose those. So my top one obviously is CMRB, probably our number 1 issue. I did have a second.
That's not her email.
You need a motion to move ahead. I'll put a motion on the floor to go ahead with it.
Just finding I did have a list.
Hello?
They do.
Need to know before January 15th if you want to meet with them, though. So, tell them you want to meet with them and set up your agenda.
It was my other issue, it's too late. It was with Bill 48 with the appeal of, concurrent jurisdiction going to the MGB versus SDAP on subdivisions. I think it was subdivisions, might be DPs. Anyways, Bill 48 passed, so it's too late. Any
Glenn
other
here.
issues? Yes.
The public hearing this morning, I think we could talk to the minister about that, when the province, I don't know how you could word it, but that, energy development sites should be treated the same as gas and intensive livestock. If they're gonna approve them, then they approve them. They don't approve them, then tell the county to rezone it and improve it. We don't have to do that with livestock, and we don't have to do it. So I don't know if talking to the minister there would be a good stepping stone, because they are municipal affairs and is definitely a municipal problem. It's just my thought.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Glenn. Any other issues?
We could submit our energy area and they could look at it and say, is it even valid to have it? Energy district and all that stuff that went on with it.
Any other priority issues that council would identify? Okay, so administration, if we could draft a response indicating those two policy issues. And I'm assuming all of council would like to attend, would probably make the most sense. And Brian, whoever you would like from your administrative team, please.
Sure. And the two items being the CMRB membership and MGA Section 619.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Perhaps a motion to accept the correspondence and direct administration to respond to the inquiry regarding a meeting with municipal affairs.
So moved.
It could be one. Councillor Kester has moved. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Prior to us moving into closed session, we will affirm that we're in a private setting where we are the only person able to access confidential information in order to uphold our council code of conduct. So I'll just get Councillor Kester to affirm because the rest of council's in council.
I affirm.
Perfect. Thanks, Glenn. I will move us into closed session. The number has been sent to you, Glenn.